Good morning, Live League fans, and welcome back to the Online Darts Live League. I'm Paul the Asset Nicholson, and I will be commentating and presenting for the following 15 matches, which will take us through to around about 2:30 this afternoon. It is the conclusion of Group A today. We did have one day of action on Tuesday, which was very exciting indeed, and the standard yesterday was really exciting. I expect more from the players today. But before we start our first match, we're just going to have a little look back at what happened on Tuesday, because we see debutant Matt Jackson at the top of the table on 8 points. He's not going to play until match 3 today, so there is a chance for the likes of Josh Payne, Graham Hall, Kevin Painter, Colin Osborne and Lisa Ashton to catch him up. He's going to be playing against Colin Osborne in his first match in match 3. And as Osborne said to me this morning, he's the person who can peg back the top 2 because he's playing the top 2 in his first 2 games. But yesterday, Jackson was very impressive, getting 4 wins from a possible 5 and the best leg difference possible as well. He was very impressive on debut, but if you look at some of the performances from other players, particularly Graham Hall, he out-averaged everybody yesterday and found himself in the middle of the table. The best game of yesterday was the very final game, which, coincidentally, is the first game of our schedule today. Graham Hall up against Lisa Ashton. And if this is anywhere near as good as match 15 yesterday, we are in for a bit of a treat. Graham Hall put in an almost 103 average in that 15th game. And Lisa herself, the 51-year-old from Bolton, the 4-time Ladies World Champion, put in her best average of the day of 100.28 in defeat to this 32-year-old from the West Midlands. G-Man was flexing his biceps like He-Man. He was very good indeed. Just to add to what Lisa did in that match as well, she was 100% on the doubles. So you have to give Graham Hall a lot of credit for the fact that he denied her that
first
victory.
I get Lisa to throw first. Game on.
But it has to be said, Lisa at the foot of the table on 2 points did not play poorly yesterday at all.
100.
But the chance of her winning Group A is extremely slim based on where she sits. It could well be that the next couple of days provides her with a much more realistic chance of coming through a group and into the finals on Saturday night.
60.
Just to give you a recap as to how people can qualify for Saturday night, where £2,000 is up for grabs as a bonus. The winner of this group today, and only the winner, will progress to the finals on Saturday. Positions 2 and 3 in the table will then graduate to Group C.
140.
In fact, it's Group B. And they will play alongside Matt Dennant, Daryl Pilgrim and Lee Cox. That will be 10 p.m. Thursday and Friday evening.
140.
The bottom half of the players, and that's positions 4, 5 and 6. They will play in Group C, which will be the same time slot tomorrow and on Friday, in a 6-person group where only 2 players will progress. Group B sees 3 progress. So if you're not going to win this group, my advice to you is try and get in the top 3.
85. Lisa requires 61.
First job for Lisa today. Check out 61. Looking good.
43.
Doesn't quite get there.
Graham require 82.
17 for tops will give Graham his first break of throw of the day.
42.
Not a bad effort at all.
Lisa require 18.
Not going to split this.
Game shown the
Why
first
would you
leg.
when you can find a
Lisa
16 darter
Ashton
to start your day off? And even if she's not going to win this group today, if she can have a really good day, it would set her up for the week.
Second leg, it's Graham to throw first. Game on.
I think it's fair to say that Lisa yesterday, the more she played, the better she got. Started with an 87 average in defeat to Matt Jackson in match 3.
134.
She didn't do a great deal wrong. Matt denied her a lot of shots at double. In fact, he only gifted her 2 shots.
85.
That was the best performance of the day from Matt and from anybody. So no shame in that defeat. But over the course of the whole day, 85.25 was her average.
58.
And if you compare that to how she's played for the rest of this year at the Live League, it's pretty similar. It's only 1 point behind.
41.
Only managed the 1 maximum yesterday, but she's never really been seen as a huge maximum hitter with those
85.
short, stumpy barrels, which take up a lot of room in that 60 bed. Did have a ton plus out. I say ton plus, it was actually 100 exactly.
140.
I suppose the one thing she would like to brush up on today is the checkouts. Only 24% yesterday. When she gets to that finish, she may have to be just a little bit more clinical.
40.
Still a very good chance of a 2-0 lead if she can get to a manageable finish here.
90.
And that's a really good last start. 25 would have also left the finish. I want to give a big shout out to everybody viewing our action today
60.
on
Lisa
Sporty
Record,
Stuff TV,
145.
live in the UK, and everybody tuning in internationally via the YouTube channel. Is it a 145 for Lisa Ashton?
Game
Oh,
on
best
the
finish
second
of
leg.
her week so
Lisa
far.
Ashton.
That is a real highlight reel shot. I'd like to say it was never in doubt.
That against Lisa
But
to
until
throw
that
first.
tops goes in,
Game on.
you just hold your breath and think that it's a maybe. What a beautiful shot from Lisa.
100.
I hate to be as pun-filled as my commentary colleague Chris Murphy from last week, but that
60.
makes Lisa look very rosy at 2-0 up. 97 average, and she is starting very, very hot today.
100.
This group, in my opinion, does suit Lisa because it's fast. We don't have any deliberate players. Everybody gets on with it. That's what she likes.
100.
But I have to talk about Graham Hall. Not just from yesterday, but overall in his Live League career. Because he's in his second stint here.
60.
He is fast becoming the person who doesn't win all of his games, but he always averages high. If you think about Matt Jackson,
96.
he won 8 points from 10 yesterday. Graham had 3 wins from a possible 5. But his overall average for the
100.
day yesterday was 10 better than the person at the top. And that's exactly what happened the last time he was here. He won 3 games out of 8 and averaged 97.
58. Lisa Record,
Yesterday,
141.
97.67, and he was 3rd in the table.
$100.
That's not the worst miss there for Lisa. 25 was the effort to leave double 18. Jags that small 20 to leave 41 and lots of options.
60. Lisa Record, 41.
Graham Hall's in trouble here. Double 16 it is.
Game shown the
And
third
the finishing is much
Lisa
better
Ashton.
today. So far, 3 hits from 5. And that's 60%. And maybe she recognised
Well,
yesterday
it's
the
Graham
finishing
to throw
wasn't up to
first.
scratch.
Game on.
She's starting to fix it like a world champion can.
$134.
33 maximums yesterday, and Graham Hall was responsible for 1/3 of them. He had 11.
120.
And that should have been the first of the day for Lisa. Just took a little bit too much flight on the way through. Very good effort from Payne and Osborne, who got 7. But their efforts were dwarfed
140.
by this guy who got double digits.
80.
Second time that's happened. Some people would say that when you use those molded flights, they have a little bit more strength to them. So when you have barrels that Lisa has with that bulbous
57.
part at the bottom, if it collides with the joint of the flight, it can take all the momentum away. I think she was running to the board to make sure that one didn't fall out. Good athleticism there from Lisa, and a good smile on her face as well.
100.
Now, this leg isn't over. If Ashton can find a 105 plus here, Hall is under huge pressure to keep this match going.
140.
And there is that pressure.
Graeme requires 70.
If he doesn't hit this, he could lose 4-0. Double 16 to save it.
54.
That might be that.
Lisa requires 61.
It's got to be 11 bull now. The bull. Oh,
Game shot on the match.
Ship.
Lisa
Oh,
Ashton.
Lisa Ashton. What a way to do it. She had so much bad fortune in that leg with darts not sticking in the board. She only needed 2 darts for the 61 in the end. Good thinking. An amazing execution. A great start to her day with a 95 plus average. The 145 checkout was stunning. But overall, the checkout's much improved, and Graeme Hall has had his chances of winning this group dented in his first game of the day. Kevin Painter and Josh Payne will go at it in match number 2. This one yesterday was a good win for Kevin. Can he double down with a second win over Josh in less than 24 hours? That's coming right up. Welcome back, and some start to the day for Lisa Ashton with a 4-0 victory over Graham Hall. So he's been stopped in his quest to make 8 points alongside Jackson in the table. Are we going to see something from Josh Payne here against Kevin Painter in match 2? It was a good day for Josh yesterday in the first 3 games, but then things started to go awry, especially when he played against Painter in match 14. The 54-year-old from Rugby having his best performance of the day in his last game of the day. But Josh, formerly of Gravesend, has recently moved a little bit further south to Ashford in Kent.
First look, it's Kevin to throw first.
We'll be hoping to
Game
have
on.
the same sort of start today that he had yesterday. Painter starting hot.
140.
But it was pretty hot from Payne in match 1 against Graham Hall yesterday, averaging 96 and change. And 44% of the doubles.
180.
You can never accuse Josh Payne of starting poorly. He's never been a bad starter.
180.
But if this is what we're going to get today from these guys, and particularly what we have had from Lisa already,
60.
there is the possibility that today could be better than yesterday, which is quite a remarkable thing to think about.
85.
Just to give you some sort of indication as to the standard of yesterday as well, it was well above what we've had all season long. And just to inflate that a little bit more,
57.
the standard of this year is
I mean,
better than last
96.
year. Just the setup for Kevin.
56.
And that's all good. He did have some issues yesterday with a lot of 60 visits, peppering the wrong side of the wire when trying to score. He'll be hoping that doesn't happen
60.
today, but he also had some
I mean,
issues on tops
40.
yesterday as well. Missing it narrowly high. But
Game
double
on the
10
first leg.
was very
Kevin
good yesterday.
Painter.
When he was giving himself a shot at double 10, he was taking it with some sort of lethal motive.
Second leg, it's Josh to throw first.
Yeah, just to paint that picture about the overall standard yesterday. Throughout 2022,
140.
up until the start of yesterday, the overall average for everybody who had played this year was 87.93.
58.
Yesterday, these guys and the lady served up 89.79. Almost 2 points better than the
57.
entire year. That to me is a big jump. One thing that was very similar, in fact,
140.
with the checkouts, 34.84% for yesterday, and 34.74 has been the average for finishing for the rest of the season.
140.
So only a difference of 0.1%. Good consistency from all of the players.
83.
Talk a little bit more
Joshua
about the
Record,
individual
164.
efforts from yesterday. Once Josh has had a look at the 164, which isn't going to go now. Superb last start. That was a bit of a sketchy visit in his own mind before that last start, treble 19. Kevin's got to go bull now.
50.
He was forced.
Joshua Record, 84.
Now it's got to be treble 19 on the recovery again, which isn't found. So Kevin does get a look at the big fish checkout.
32.
He hasn't had
Kevin,
a
you
checkout
require
in the live league
170.
bigger than 158. And that will remain the case.
100. Joshua Record, 52.
Got to get in the game. Lovely marker.
Game's on the second leg.
And he needed it.
Josh Payne.
I don't know if you could catch what happened to that first dart at double top, but it just shook a little bit as that third dart of the visit just
Delegates
caressed its
Kevin
way
to
in.
throw first. Game on.
Worth noting as well that when Kevin beat Josh yesterday, it was 4-0.
97.
It wasn't just Kevin's best performance of the day, it was his most assured. No hint of negativity in there, no exasperation. It was one of focus and positivity. And overall, for Tuesday, Kevin was incredibly steady.
119.
4 points from a possible 10, which, when you consider some of the positions he was in, is quite harsh. 87.29 for his average for the whole day, which, when you think, is only half a point behind the person who got double the amount of points as him. That's fine.
135.
And he had 40% on doubles for the whole day, which was better than Matt Jackson. So you may ask why he's only on 4 points
75.
and Matt is on 8 points.
150.
Quite simple. He didn't win the small battles that Matt Jackson did.
58.
Kevin can still win this group, as can Josh. Josh is 2 points ahead of Kevin in the table.
180. Kevin, you've
It's
got
going to be a
92.
fascinating day to see who wins these kind of battles. That was obviously for double top.
80. Joshua Rockman, 46.
I don't know why he's trying to hit tops on the last start. Maybe it was for a single 20. But he could lose his throw now.
Game
And
shown the
does so
third leg.
with an excellent
Josh
14
Payne.
darter from Josh Payne. There is that tops, proving very, very valuable.
First. Game on.
Not just today, but yesterday as well. With the way his darts sit in the board, upright,
97.
slightly leaning to the right as well, that double top bed is always going to be a better shot for him than double 16 or double 8.
140.
For example, if he goes for double 16 and just misses it on the outside, he will cover half the bed because of the way his darts sit in the board.
60.
But Josh had a good day, another good day here yesterday. Overall average 91.73.
140.
3 maximums, a couple of ton plus checkouts. He won't have been happy with his doubling yesterday, that's for sure. Only 31%. Improvements will be made today.
60.
It can't be ignored that losing to Painter and losing to Colin Osborne was very bitter indeed. He was thinking, they might be my two biggest challengers for this table. I've got to beat those guys. I think he might have to beat them today.
54.
That was good thinking from Kevin. He was backed into a bit of a corner there, and he was just trying to make sure he left a finish.
93. Kevin,
He's got 6 darts from here to get his throw straight back. That's lovely darts.
127.
Even if he'd got the 57, I don't think he was going for that bullseye. But that is a superb approach shot from Kevin Painter.
97. Kevin, you record 40.
Only one thing left to do. Double 10.
Game shown the fourth.
Proof's in the pudding, you
Kevin
see.
Painter.
When I pitch my tent on seeing that he's good on double 10 and has been yesterday and today, he's just proved me right.
Fifth leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Most ton plus checkouts yesterday belonged to Kevin. And this is a good performance to start.
135.
When you consider his best performance overall yesterday was against Josh. 92.5 average, 44% on doubles, extremely steady,
96.
without being spectacular. This is a lot more spectacular.
55.
You may be quite surprised to hear that in the 87 games that Kevin Painter has played in the Live League in 2022,
32.
his best average is 103.29. When in fact Josh's best average is 10 more than that. We have players out there with
43.
the capabilities of putting in those high 109, 110, or even further than that kind of averages. And I've heard some ludicrous statements over the last couple of years from established players saying that the standard has gone down over the last 5 years. I could not disagree more. More players now are capable of those bigger averages than ever before because of work ethic, constant exposure to pressure, which makes them more used to it, and enhanced equipment.
101.
There were maybe 2 or 3 players who could get an average of over 110 15 years ago. Now, there are tens of them.
140.
I still think we're going to break 120 this year in the Live League at some point. Someone's going to do it. Very possible
95.
in a best of 7 leg match, of which all the matches
75.
are. 18 for tops. For the lead again.
35.
That one is
Josh
near the
McGuire,
moon.
119.
60 for tops. And Josh is not going to get there.
79.
It's a shame he didn't hit the 60 because he did find the tops. It's almost as if he's shown Kevin where it is. He hasn't hit it yet in this match. But he has hit double 10 twice.
20.
But that could be the difference
Joshua
between
McGuire,
gaining
40.
2 points and losing 2 points.
Game show on the 5th
Payne's
leg.
finding tops.
Josh Payne.
And maybe that is the difference between these two guys. He's eking this one out so far, getting the lead. Can he get to 4 legs?
6th leg, it's Josh to throw first. Game on.
It's more likely for him to get it in this leg because he has the start. The first shake of the head for the day for Kevin Painter, who knows he should
41.
not have lost that 5th leg. Don't forget that you can get in touch with us today at Darts Live League on Twitter.
140.
Feel free to tag me in there at the Asset 180. And if you do have any questions or valuable statements to make, by all means, I'll give them a read. And if they are
96.
particularly interesting, I might even shout them out. Let us know where you're watching from. What are you doing whilst you're watching?
60.
A lot of people tend to work from home and watch the Live League. What a fabulous choice.
58.
But if you're having a day off and you're taking us with you out to wherever you're going, walking the dog, anything like that, please let us know. We'd love to hear from you.
95.
Who are you rooting for today? Who do you want to win Group A? Kevin's got a lot of fans throughout Europe and the world. And Josh has got a few fans too. This is much better from Painter. Looking for a 174.
138.
There have been a few breaks of through in this match. A much tighter contest than yesterday.
59. Kevin, you've got 68.
Now, yesterday he went treble 16 for this, and it was a change of tactic. Double top.
Game
This
shown the
time
6th leg.
it works.
Kevin Painter.
And it's valuable because now he's in with a shout of winning this match from behind.
7th and final leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Can he hold his throw? There was a game yesterday
125.
where Kevin was playing Matt Jackson. It went all the way to a 7th leg, and Kevin did not find one big treble in the last leg. He was left
91.
crestfallen. It's a match he shouldn't have lost, but somehow lost to Matt Jackson's 79.96 average.
40.
He will not want that to happen again.
$81.
This one's in the balance. But at least Painter has retained his throw after the first two visits.
97.
Valuable last dart. Josh has to keep pace.
41.
Doesn't. Painter with a 1 dart lead. And the advantage of throw still. Making the most of it.
99.
Pitching away at his score. Now, does he get 6 darts from 140? Yes.
60. Kevin, you
Painter
require
wins this game,
140.
which is looking increasingly likely now. He will be on the same points as Payne. 6.
30.
Kevin would provisionally jump to number 2 spot in the table because he has, before this match even
58.
started, exactly
Kevin, you
the same
require
leg difference as
110.
Josh Payne. That doesn't help. So Josh is getting a free look at a 170 finish. Just imagine if Josh hits it. Kevin has not done himself any favours in his last 6 darts.
58.
But that helps.
Joshua require 170.
Oh boy, watch out. Watch out. Painter's laughing.
123.
He might be laughing all the way to the bank now. 2
Kevin, you
points
require
ready to be
52.
cashed if he can find whatever double he chooses. It's tops again. And he
Game
does
shot
find
on the
it.
match.
A good contest
Kevin Painter.
in match number 2. Josh did have one little chance to win it on a maximum checkout, but he couldn't live up to his nickname, the maximum. 88.83. It's not his best performance of the week, but he has done the double over Josh Payne over the last 21 hours or so. So they're on the same points, but Painter for now goes to number 2 in the table behind Matt Jackson. The person who did lead the table after day 1 will now make his debut for Wednesday. He's up against Colin Osborne, who will play against Jackson and Payne in his first 2 games. Let's see what they can do in match 3 after this. Hello darts fans and welcome back to Sporty Stuff TV's coverage of the Online Darts Live League for Wednesday, the conclusion of Group A. Looking forward to this next match because Matt Jackson is playing his first game as league leader on Wednesday. Let's see what he can do. He's up against Colin Osborne and there he is. He's finally made it. The last thing you want to do is feel rushed when you're starting your match. But he is at the top of the table. I suppose you can see he can do whatever he wants, but don't be late for your call time, Matt. Don't be late. You don't want to get scrubbed. They're seeing the lighter side of it. Well, Osborne yesterday did lose to Matt Jackson in match 13. But he did have the better average. He's got to start dominating his opponents a little bit more for Wednesday because yesterday he was involved in way too many tight matches. As for Matt, on debut, the 38-year-old was in dreamland. I was speaking to a few people yesterday via social media and they were saying that he is in good form. I suppose the question about Aussie right now is what kind of form is he in?
Matt to throw first. Game on.
Let's find out because this table is starting to take shape.
180.
Obviously being a tiny bit late to the hockey has not bothered Matt Jackson. And if he has another hot performance against Osborne here,
85.
we might have to label this guy as someone who likes to play his first game of the day because yesterday when he played his first game, he won 4-0.
41.
With his best average of the day, 103.66.
140.
Colin will be hoping he's not that hot in the first game of the day. But let me paint a little picture for you. Over the first couple of matches, everything is bunched up a little bit in the table. And what I mean by that is, Lisa Ashton on 2 points at the start has got herself to 4.
85.
Kevin Painter has stopped Josh Payne getting to 8. If Osborne can stop Jackson getting to 10, we will have 6 players within 4 points of each other, and anybody could win this table all of a sudden. But if Jackson keeps winning, he keeps everybody at bay as Osborne hits a dead cat 180 to leave 11.
No score.
Now,
Colin,
as we say in darts, you left it. Double 4. Steals that first leg away by taking 191 points in 5 darts. You can't do much better than that, that's for sure. 1-0 lead for Osborne, unexpectedly.
Second leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
As I mentioned, Osborne winning this game and keeping Jackson from getting to 10 points would be vital for Payne, for Hall, for himself, for Ashton. And we could be in for a really exciting day. But Jackson banks his second maximum of the match already. Here's Osborne getting his second.
140.
Well, let's talk about Jackson from yesterday because he came in as the debutant in what looked like a really tough group. And the fact that he was top of that group yesterday had to fluff his confidence a lot. Average of 87 for the day.
85.
4 wins from 5. 4 180s. Checkered percentage of just under 35%. The stats don't tell the full story.
40.
He scrapped brilliantly yesterday. He was so good at it. He showed real resilience. Osborne's just needing to recalibrate for a few moments. He seems to have lost his range.
24.
The only thing that Matt Jackson didn't have yesterday really was a ton plus finish. His best was 96.
Seven.
That's a visit that Matt wants to forget. Doesn't get him to a finish. And Osborne is all over it.
131.
That's great play. As soon as your opponent makes an error, you find the faultless visit.
33. Colin, you record 40.
Double top is his favourite. Usually.
Game shown the second leg.
You've got to be good at
Colin
tens if you
Osborne.
like tops, that's for sure. And a 2-0 lead for Colin Osborne means that we have that possibility as he makes the halfway point first.
So it gets Matt to throw
Possibility
first. Game on.
of this group being bunched up with one person on 8 points, 4 players on 6 points, and 1 on 4.
70.
And just think, Lisa Ashton's playing Josh Payne next. If she was to pick up another win, we would have 5 players on 6 points.
98.
Lisa Ashton's got plenty of support watching today. I'm sure her daughters are watching, her husband. But she's also got some support from
60.
Australia. On social media, I've been contacted by Juanita, who is over there in WA making some sausage rolls for dinner. And she's cheering on Lisa, so thanks for tuning in, Juanita.
85.
But Josh Payne's got fans as well. From the Netherlands, Tamara's been in touch. She's watching from a sunny island in Holland,
60.
hoping that Josh gets the job done. Thanks for getting in touch. Hope you're all having a wonderful day, or in the case of Juanita, a wonderful night.
140.
Osborne's at it again. He's finding that consistent range. A
68.
little blip in the last leg, but has put it right really quickly. This is a great performance from Colin so far.
80.
It's a high average of 98.
$28. Colin, you record 98.
Matt doesn't seem to have the same resistance at this point. He may be smarting from losing that first leg. Double 12.
Game shown the
3-0
third leg.
Osborne.
Colin
Ruthless
Osborne.
stuff from him. And he looks ready to get this done. He's walking back to the hockey now to serve first in leg 4.
Fourth leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
Osborne's day yesterday, an 89 average for the day, which is not bad. But he's improving on his
100.
best average from yesterday, which was 93.86. He had 7 maximums, which is pretty good.
100.
Checkouts were all right at 35%. That's around about where everybody is for the year. It was a steady day.
98.
But after talking to him briefly this morning, it was all about getting a win against Matt Jackson
84.
and getting a win against Josh Payne in match 7. That's what he is eyeing up. And he's also playing Graham Hall in between those two
45.
matches. He's got his closest challengers in front of him, and he knows that his destiny in this group is in his hands.
59.
If Jackson was to lose this match by 4-0, which is looking more likely now than ever, it wouldn't be catastrophic.
54.
He wouldn't get any points, and his leg difference would go down to +4. But that would still have him in the hunt.
100.
But we've seen Group A go all the way to the very last leg before. But you can't afford to be thinking about that
44.
right now.
Now
Every
you're
leg that you're playing in is
158.
vital. Excellent darts from Jackson.
34.
He'll have to
Well,
hold
you
his
require
breath for a second to make sure
160.
that Osborne doesn't take this. Keep holding your breath, Matt. Now you can exhale.
100. Mate, you require 24.
First leg of the day is banked in 16 darts, and that is a break of throw. So, if he can back that up with a hold next, it's very much game on.
Fifth leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
He's got a bit of a James Wade quality about him, hasn't he? With the beard and the glasses. Doesn't get ruffled on the oche. Plays a very placid style game.
123.
But just imagine how we'd be feeling if he gets through this challenge by winning
100
from 3-0 down. They're the ones that really hurt your opponents. Osborne does not want that to happen.
140.
What he wants is to win this game by the biggest possible margin. I mentioned Jackson's leg
60.
difference. Ozzy's leg difference is -2. So he has a bit of work to do to get himself in the mix. If he can get himself a tidy looking 4-1 victory,
48.
he'll be back in the positive column at +1. I just have a feeling that this group is going to keep us on our toes for the next 3 hours.
60.
Last week we saw Group 1 almost at the halfway stage in Group B. And a lot of the games were dead rubbers at the end.
28.
This is not going to be the case today. Osborne is livid at leaving 162, but he'll be very happy that Matt could only leave 150. Got a switch.
32.
And twice he finds the small trouble.
50.
The only upside, in fact there's 2 now. 1, Matt's missed the 150.
60.
And Osborne's left 130, which is very makeable. Still is. No longer. He has slowed down a little bit in the last couple of legs.
24.
Starting to find those small numbers like the 3 and the
Mate,
1
90.
and the 5. $85 left with 2. Not found.
74.
And Osborne has trickled his way to this 106. He's only scored 56 points in his last 2 visits. He's bemused. He's not the only one.
26. Mate, you require 60.
Make that 82 points in 3 visits.
Game shown the 5th
He's
leg.
now only 3-2 up. There is a huge cloud of doubt above this game right now, and Jackson may be finding his way.
6th leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
That'll make him feel better. When you've had
137.
the minute and a half that he's had, starting with a 137 will feel like a huge relief.
96.
Big shout out to our referee today, Owen Binks. Referees here do such a good job. Refereeing 15 matches of best of 7 legs is a very difficult job to do. We'll be joined by Paul Hinks tomorrow.
41.
And the other referees who do join us throughout the course of our campaign are very much not forgotten. The likes of Charlie Corstefine, Garen Roderick, and some others.
40.
They always say that the best referees are the ones you don't know are there. Somebody told me that about 20 years ago. Someone by the name of Davy Richardson, great player from the northeast of England. He said the best referees are the ones you don't know are there. That is so true.
100.
Referees that don't make mistakes and just get on with it And all you can do is play without distraction.
140.
That's what every player wants.
And you've got 84.
Osborne wants to finish this one off. He might just do it now. Great
Game
leg.
shot and the
A
match.
superb leg of
Colin
darts,
Osborne.
considering what he'd been through the previous 2 legs, where at times it looked like he was playing with his eyes closed. That's not me saying anything nasty about Colin, but he was so bemused with his form in legs 4 and 5. In the end, it's a good performance, and the checkouts was something that weren't that bad. 80%. That will give him confidence, and one of the people he wanted to take out early has been brushed aside, and our group is bunched up. We'll take a look at the group when we come back. We'll have a short break before we have another look at Lisa Ashton after her great starting performance in match 1, and she's up against Josh Payne in match 4 after this. Hello folks and welcome back to the Online Darts Live League for Wednesday's Group A. And when Lisa Ashton went to bed last night, she was hoping for a certain situation in the round 1 of matches today. Everything has gone her way so far, and she now has to do herself another favour by beating Josh Payne. If she can do so, she would join 4 players on 6 points. And then Matt Jackson would play Kevin Painter in match number 6. And if Painter was to win that, we would have the most ridiculous group on our hands.
Hey, first leg, it's Josh to throw first. Game on.
But as far as Josh Payne is concerned, He's got 8 points on his mind. Overall, of course. You can't win 8 points in one match. He's thinking 2 points in this game.
119.
What Lisa has against her chances of miraculously winning this group
140.
is that she is the one coming from behind. Has that deficit of 4 points. And she's running out of matches.
100.
The best points total she can get is 12. And she has the worst leg difference. I just get the feeling that if she is to somehow miraculously win this group, she has to win all of her games, and she has to win them by margins. So that 4-0 at the start of the day was pretty much the perfect performance. Let's face it, if she does win 4 games from 5 today and can only get to 10 points, that's not going to be enough. Someone is going to get to at least 12.
150.
And Josh Payne is starting really hot. Maybe utilising a little bit of frustration from that Kevin Painter loss in match
60. Joshua required 32.
A bit of a change of plan here. Double 16.
Game shot on the
and
first
a beautiful
leg.
first leg from
Josh
JP.
Payne.
That's exactly what he wasn't doing against Kevin Painter. He wasn't clinical in that match, but right there he was.
Second leg, it's Lisa to throw first. Game on.
Speaking of clinical, that's what Lisa was in her first game today.
85.
A best winning average of the week of 95.34. Sorry, 95.43.
97.
She has had a better average than that, but she lost a game with 100 average yesterday. Nobody cares about losing averages.
140.
It's all about getting the win, getting the points.
$58.
Good response here from the Lancashire Rose. Her proximity to that 60 bed so far today has been much improved on yesterday. She had a few wild shots on Tuesday. She's got a guaranteed 6 darts from 191 to level things up.
140.
There's a good ton at the end. She'll have a decision to make when she comes back, because Josh will be on a finish. He's going to stay there.
60.
It's a big finish.
Lisa required 91.
And that might change Lisa's mind as to what she does. She may go the 51 route now. Well, decides not to. And that bullseye's beckoning.
Oh, 66.
That was so
Joshua
close.
146.
She is a bit of a trickster when it comes to those 25 single bull shots.
90. Lisa required 25.
I remember a time when she hit a 132 to qualify for Ali Pally in Milton Keynes, and she hit it from about 8 feet from the left.
Game shot on the second leg.
A stereotypical
Lisa
25
Ashton.
out for a 1-1 game, and this one has got potential written all over it.
So look, it's Josh to throw first.
Great start to leg 3 for Josh, and he's got plenty of fans tuning in to watch him today, that's for sure. Jimmy Ludlow's been in touch on Twitter, saying, "Come on, Josh, you got this," from all the boys at Discount Tiles in Gravesend.
140.
That is, of course, where Josh is originally from. He's living in Ashford now, which is famous for having one of the train stations on the way to the Eurotunnel. Beautiful part of the country. It's quite a long distance between these two geographically in England.
79.
Bolton to Ashford is a bit of a long drive. Even with that 140,
Josh require
beautifully executed by
102.
Ashton, she's giving Josh Payne 6 from this position. Yeah, good stuff.
62.
The 25 and 17 was the play there. If you don't get the bull, leave tops, back yourself for the next visit, and try and get yourself another 13 darter.
Josh require 40.
Started with one in leg 1.
Game shot on the
And
third
it's
leg.
another 5 visit
Josh
leg
Payne.
here in leg 3. So he's holding his throw really well in this game. And because he's got the darts, he will remain favourite for it.
Fourth leg, it's Lisa to throw first. Game on.
And that's Lisa's biggest challenge in this match for me. She's playing well,
81.
but she has to beat an opponent also playing well when he's got the throw. Such a big time for Lisa coming up.
97.
Women's Series events next week. A debut at the Ladies World Match Play at the Winter Gardens may be a venue that she thought she'd never play
45.
at. I can't imagine how popular she's going to be there. Just up the road from where she lives.
96.
We've seen how popular the likes of Phil Taylor and some other English players have been at the Winter Gardens over the years, but Phil's from Stoke.
140.
Lisa is from the same county that Blackpool is in. That's got to have an effect. And she will be the favourite for the
138.
title. But I think everybody wants to see Sherrick versus Ashton in that final. I know I do.
96. Josh require 170.
He missed this to beat Painter on the bullseye.
58. Lacey require
Chance for Ashton to draw level
139.
once again. I don't think she can lose her throw in this match. Double top. Oh,
99. Josh
big one
require
beckoning after a
112.
145 was hit on tops in her first game. $112 is not going to be found by
60.
JP.
Lacey require 40.
To hold once again. Is there enough room?
20. Josh require
I think that second
52.
dart just flattened out a little bit to cover the bed.
Game
Josh
shot on the
finds
fourth leg.
tops. When you're
Josh
given
Payne.
those opportunities, you have to take them, and a 3-1 lead for Josh Payne is a little bit cruel for the Lisa Ashton fans right now.
Fifth leg, it's Josh to throw first. Game on.
But when you've had 4 darts at double to hold your throw, there is only one person to blame, unfortunately. You have to look yourself in
123.
the mirror and say, that was my fault. When you look at someone at the top of the game like Michael van Gerwen, for example,
96.
you monitor his social media and some of his interviews when he loses. That's exactly what he says to himself. It was my fault. Own that.
100.
When you win, you laud yourself with praise. But when you lose, you have to take it on the chin. You have to take responsibility.
81.
That may be something that Joe Cullen has to come to terms with over the next few weeks.
56.
Losing that really tight Premier League final. Ultimately, missing one shot at double 16 is what cost him an extra £150,000. And that Premier League title.
134.
Good recovery. That treble one could have spelt trouble, but he leaves himself
123.
on 99 to win the match. You don't like leaving 99, but you have to say, considering his first start of that previous
80.
visit, it's a good
Josh
leave of
require
99.
99.
Is he going up top?
59.
Ashton needs this
Lacey
now.
require
I don't think
110.
Payne's going to miss his next shot. This is to stay in the table. Oh. Really? Double 10?
100. Joshua requires
That
40.
one took me by surprise. This should be in.
Game shot and the match.
Beautifully used by Josh
Payne.
And his challenge is very much back on now as he joins Matt Jackson on 8 points with a very good display. Mid-90s average, great checkouts at 57%. He didn't have a high checkout in that match, but he didn't need one because the scoring was so good. And you feel that Lisa Ashton's challenge in Group 8 may now be over. But she can play spoiler for the rest of the day for the others. Graham Hall and Colin Osborne are very much in the Group A table. They will now do battle against each other in match 5, coming up after the break. Things are getting very, very interesting in this table, and we now have 2 players on 6 points battling to join 2 other players on 8 points in our Group A table. Just look at that right-hand column. Unfortunately for Lisa Ashton, she's not mathematically out of it yet, but it's very unlikely that she's going to have enough games left. And with that minus 10 leg difference, she's pretty much gone. But these two on 6 points,
it's Graham to throw first.
Very much in it.
Game on.
Maybe their biggest problem, apart from being 2 points behind, is that their leg difference is not as good as the 3 players that they're also chasing. If you're in the practice room right now and you're Josh Payne, Matt Jackson, Kevin Painter, sitting atop these players, there is one result. In fact, there's 2 results that you want from this game.
94.
And they're both 4-3. You're not really bothered who wins this game, but you want it to be tight. The worst possible result
83.
right now for Painter, Payne and Jackson is a 4-0 win for Osborne. Because that would definitely get him in the mix.
57.
These guys had a great game yesterday, and it was 4-3, funnily enough. Josh Payne getting
60.
2 consecutive wins against Lisa Ashton by 4 legs to 1 has got him on the same amount of points and the same leg difference as Matt Jackson now. It will be Painter against Jackson after this.
140.
But you sense the urgency in this room now. They all understand that that number 1 in Group
45.
A would be extremely valuable.
170.
It would give them the luxury of Thursday and Friday off and let everybody else sweat it out. Only 78. Osborne's still in this leg, but he needs something like a 137 here. 135 he'd take. 135 he gets.
135. Graham, you've recorded 92.
Does that change the mind of Hall when it comes to this effort? Is it the 61st? That's what he gets. And he also gets the 32 on the end.
Graham Hall.
A beautiful execution from Graham Hall. Bottom left corner. Pretty much bottom left corner.
Second leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
I hasten to say that the ideal result for
100
any of the players today, because they're all English, is 4-0, which I suppose rings very badly around some of the football fans' ears this morning, considering that display against Hungary last night, which I probably shouldn't talk about. I did
100
talk to Kevin Painter and Colin Osborne briefly about it this morning, and they were just lost for words. But those guys don't want to lose 4-0 today, that's for sure. And they haven't.
41.
Painter's already won a game 4-3 and Osborne's won 4-2. Can't afford to let Graham Hall get himself massively in front
60
in this match. It's Hall who has the darts. And he will expect an onslaught from Colin Osborne
57.
now that he's lost that first leg. But yesterday's game, I said it was a good one. The averages were almost identical. In fact, only 0.18 separated their averages in the high 91s. And their finishing was exceptional. 75% for Osborne, 67% for Graham Hall. Osborne missed one match dart
56
in the 7th leg, and that was the only dart he missed in the entire match at double. That's how tight that game was.
100. 58.
56 for
Colin
1-1.
Osborne, 56.
Got to get the 16 first, though. He does get the 9.
16.
Just gives a little
Graham,
bit
you
of hope here
require
for Hall.
160.
He will fancy this. Not anymore.
120.
Beautiful approach, just
Colin,
in
you're
case
requiring
Osborne
40.
does have any troubles on tops.
Game shot on the
What a
second
beautiful
leg.
dart that was.
Colin Osborne.
Sometimes you see that flat trajectory for Colin's darts. He had to go left or right there, and that was beautifully pitched.
Delegates Graham to throw first. Game on.
Sometimes you've got to gamble on that shot with the way Colin's darts sit in the board. You've got to go left or right. You've got to find the portion of the bed.
140.
And if you get the double 5, all is not lost. He's still got a shot at double 15.
135.
I've said for years, you must understand how your darts behave. Not only the way they fly, but what happens in the last 15% of that flight.
140.
Does that flight go up? Does it go down? You have to understand how those darts will behave when they hit each other. This is something that Colin has changed over the years.
139.
He now knows how these darts behave when they hit each other. Hence, that shot at tops. Colin is a very astute player. He knows exactly what's going
45.
on. And he's not afraid to make changes. But he is a player that makes changes that are needed. I had a very frank conversation with somebody yesterday about how young players have this
41.
necessity to try a new piece of equipment when it comes on the market, even when they're playing well. It's not necessary. If you look at the equipment that Osborne is playing with now, it is exactly the same setup
95.
to what he used when he started his live league career last year. He knows that this equipment works. He hasn't gone out there and tried fancy new stems, fancy new
95.
flights. He's using something that
Graham,
he
you require
likes and
81.
it works. Double 12. Half that.
Game shot on the
A
third
very
leg.
good 15 dart from
Graham
Graham
Hall.
Hall. And he's another player who doesn't have a lot of fancy kit. He's got a set of darts that he's very much dependent on.
It's Colin to throw first. Game on.
And just to embellish on that subject once again, if there is something out there that you want to try, for whatever reason,
121.
if it doesn't feel good at the start, don't use it. Darts starts with good fundamentals, a
140.
good stance, a nice throw, and as far as the equipment is concerned, it has to be comfortable in your hand. If it doesn't feel comfortable, you can't use it.
100.
I've been surveying the throw of Graham Hall for the last 24 hours because it is my first time looking at him.
180.
I said yesterday I'm mightily impressed with him. I think he's a great player. I think he's got huge potential.
60.
But if you look at the way his dart behaves in front of his face now, he finds a position for it. He calibrates there. It comes back and through. And his best quality by far is that every dart is thrown
140.
exactly the same. He has a rhythm that reminds me of Fallon Sherrick. The hand goes forward, the hand comes back, then he delivers.
60.
It's never
Graham, you
different.
require
It
41.
never deviates. And that's why he's on the cusp of a 3-1 lead. 2 8s for 3-1.
25.
Osborne can still
Colin, you require 160.
find himself a hold. Hall could not find this earlier on in the match. Osborne might.
85.
Toyed with it for a second.
Grammy requires 16.
He's not going to better his best checkout of the season so far in the live league of 1-3-2.
No score.
Oh, but hold on a second.
Colin, you require 75.
That was very much not part of the plan. Osborne was not thinking he was coming back for this leg. Got to take advantage of it.
Game shown the
And he
fourth
does
leg.
just that.
Colin Osborne.
Groups have been won and lost on exchanges like that. Just when you think it's going to be 3-1, he's going to sail towards this.
Fifth leg, it's Graham to throw
one
first.
mistake.
Game on.
And Osborne is all over it. Now we're about to find out what Hall is made of.
180.
Say no more. When you're able to do that after a really big blip,
43.
that tells me something about him. You can see from the averages that Osborne is clinging on in this match. That's how it feels.
100.
Graham Hall is the aggressor. He's the one who's expected to win this game. And yet again, on his throw, he's playing better.
44.
It's going to take something rather special for Osborne to win this match, in my opinion. The funny thing is, when I look at Graham Hall's throw, he
140.
reminds me of Wayne Jones a little bit. Same area of the country, the West Midlands.
101. Grammy require 81.
This is the shot he hit to win that great match against Ashton yesterday in match 15. Lays up the
41.
tops. He's not going to go anywhere near double 16 this time. And after what happened, I don't blame him. Osborne is going to have to
95.
win the last 2 legs of this contest.
Grammy require
He
40.
wants to get to 8 points. Double 10. Now what does he do?
Game shown
That's
the fifth
aggressive.
leg. Graham
There
Hall.
would have been a lot of players who would have bust that shot or possibly hit a single 2 to set it up for the next visit. But 8 points is closer for Hall now.
Sixth leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on. $99.
You sense that maybe Osborne needs 15 darter or better to win leg 6. And then based on the way that Hall has played on his throw,
81.
maybe a 12 darter is needed in leg 7.
$85.
That's me just spitballing a little bit, just trying to figure out how he can win this match. But you can't have many visits in this match now if you're Osborne without a treble.
59.
He was super consistent yesterday, Colin. But to win these types
59.
of groups, you have to have moments that you remember. He hasn't had a ridiculous moment yet. Graham's been involved in a ridiculous match,
140.
beating Lisa Ashton yesterday. That could well be very, very important come the end of the day. But he's already relinquished
96.
that advantage from yesterday's win against Ashton by losing to her 4-0 earlier on. And it has to be said as well that of
45.
the 5 players who can still qualify in the top spot in this group, Graham Hall has got the worst leg difference at -7. That's got to be playing on his mind.
55.
The closer the matches are from here on out. If Hall does not get through this group, I still think he makes it through another group.
136.
He's going to make it
Well,
through
you
this
require
match by 4 legs to
107.
2. Possibly if Colin Osborne does not hit this. Treble 17 and double 18 left. So it's all in G-Man's hands.
55. Graham, you require 40.
To get to 8 points with Jackson and Payne.
Game
there.
shot down the match.
He might not have the best
Graham
leg
Hall.
difference, but it is the points at the end of the day that get you through. If he can have more points than anybody else at the end of today's session, he will win the group. It's a good performance. 40% on doubles, 92 average. That is very consistent and a great win against Osborne against his throw in that last leg as well. Just to fluff up that leg difference a little bit more. It's now at -5. Kevin Painter and Matt Jackson are definitely in contention for this group, and they're going to do battle in Game 6 coming after this. Things continue to get hotter in this Group A table on Wednesday, and if we now find Kevin Painter getting a second win against Matt Jackson, well, it's going to be 8 points for 4 players. Could that possibly happen here? Jackson trying to get to 10. There you see, this table is starting to get a little bit silly. silly or exciting, depending on how you feel about it. But Jackson can still find his way back to the top of the table if he finds his second win against Painter in 24 hours.
Okay, first look, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
It is very fair of me to say that Kevin should not have lost yesterday against Matt. And I know how Kevin operates.
180.
I've spent enough time with him over the last 15 years to know that that will have hatched a little nest
45.
in his memory for today, and he will want to settle the score.
140.
We were just holding our breath there for a second for a sixth perfect dart. But this is
45.
a gumption-filled start to this match from Painter, who looks like he's got something on his mind. And that something is vengeance.
100.
Let's have a look at his predicament then. He's sitting on 6 points alongside
81.
Colin Osborne now, in 4th position in the table. And he's going to set up tops here.
41.
Very good, tidy scoring from Kevin. The one thing he's got in his locker that some other players don't have is that his leg difference is healthy.
I mean, you require 40.
When he's lost tight. When he's won big.
30.
He doesn't want to have one of those first legs where he's hunting for doubles either. He wants to get rid of it quickly.
97. Kevin, you require 10.
2 for double 4. Doesn't want to mess around on odd number doubles.
Game
He's
shown the
not
first
messing around
leg.
on even number
Kevin
doubles as
Painter.
well. There was a little bit of a stutter at the end of that leg, but I applaud the fact that he went for the 2 and double 4 option.
Second leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
Just because you lead the table after day 1
92.
doesn't give you the right to be at the top of the table on day 2. The amount of times I've seen someone play brilliantly on a Monday or a Tuesday to start a
100.
Group A campaign and then fall away, it's happened so many times.
100.
You can't take your foot off the gas. It's that simple. Because players like Painter, like Osborne, like Hall, they're going to come after you. And Painter is on the hunt.
40.
He's already got the darts away from Action Jackson. Although this morning, when I was talking to Colin Osborne, which whenever he's here is always my morning ritual, always puts me in a good mood. Osborne called Matt Jacko, which that's going to stick.
117.
And for the people who don't know, everybody calls me Nico when I'm floating around the darts circuit. And the person who called me that first was Colin Osborne. That's 20, leaves 175. And that is a beautiful bullseye at the end.
52.
It's now a very gettable out for Kevin. And he'll go straight back to that bullseye
you require
and hope to get it. Bullseye 25 bull? No. Treble 13 beckoning here.
101.
Beautiful setup.
52.
It's up to Matt to make it in vain.
32.
Opportunity knocks.
24. Game shown
Painter
the
answers the
second
door.
leg. Kevin
He's 2-0
Painter.
up. This is turning out to be an ideal situation for Kevin Painter so far, but he knows full well after yesterday he's the one who has to shut the door from
Kevin
here.
to throw first. Game on.
Jackson is not playing as well today as he did yesterday. Funny
95.
old thing. Some players, when they come here, take a few days to get used to it. He fit in yesterday like a round peg in the
54.
ground. It felt natural to him. But maybe that extra hit of adrenaline or a little bit of nerves just made him
125.
focus that little extra. Today it's not clicking together like it did on Tuesday.
140.
He doesn't want to go down twice in his first two games and leave himself chasing. The problem he has
125.
is that Painter is really working hard here. And whereas he's not putting in a massive average, it's a
83.
troublesome
Giving you
one
a
for someone who's only averaging
156.
74. And that first dart is plummeting into that 60 now.
120.
If you look at the sections that he's missing them by tiny margins. That's the sign of a classy player playing well.
85. Giving you a 136.
Straight back at that hockey with no hesitation.
Game shot on the
in
third leg.
For a
Kevin
3-0
Painter.
lead. This is looking very grim all of a sudden for Matt Jackson, but looking extremely rosy for the artist.
Fourth leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
Some games, your colour palette is full of grey. And maybe a little bit of black and white.
91.
But in games like this, your colour palette is about as bright as Kevin Painter's shirt.
115.
It's a bit like that movie Pleasantville. Starts off black and white and grey and finishes up with all the colours of the rainbow.
95. 140.
I've always thought, and this is since Kevin went to this rather colourful number, that if you went to a black and white version as well, it would almost fool
93.
your vision. So I challenge you, Kevin, to have a black and white version of your shirt.
140.
He won't do it. I just know what he's like.
94.
But I do like the fact that he changed his look later in his career. He's not changing his form because he's on the cusp of victory.
66. Mate, you're at
Could have been 4-0
128.
in no time at all. It might be 3-1. Oh, great effort, Matt.
118. Kevin, you require 40.
But it's time for brunch and a bagel has been cut.
Game shot
And
and
the
the
bagel
match.
is filled.
Kevin Painter.
4-0 Painter is a great result for him. It's not catastrophic yet for Matt Jackson, but that 97-ish average and 33% on the doubles, it could have been so much better, but it didn't have to be in that spot. He's now very much in with a shout of this group. And we finished 2 rounds of action here at the Online Darts Live League for Wednesday, and 3 rounds to go. We have no idea who's going to win this group. It's going to be fantastic over the next couple of hours. Don't leave us. When we come back, it's going to be round 3, and we're going to start with Josh Payne and Colin Osborne. I'll leave you with that one when you get your next cuppa. Welcome back, everybody, to Sporty Stuff TV's coverage of the Online Darts Live League. And everybody has played 7 matches in this group now, and 5 of the 6 players can still win this group. Amazing stuff, with 4 players on 8 points. There you see it. Painter, Payne, Jackson and Hall all on 8 points. Osborne could join that cluster if he finds a win against Josh Payne here. It would be a somewhat temporary blockade of 8 pointers, because we look at Graham Hall and Jackson, who play each other in a couple of games' time. That guarantees that someone will make 10 points.
Okay, first leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
So now we really have to focus on leg difference. And yesterday, at this very time, I said leg difference didn't matter until about 24 hours later.
58.
Now, it's enormous. Payne on +6. Osborne on -2. So there's a difference of 8 legs between these two.
58.
And that paints a bit of a picture.
$135.
Yesterday's game between these two was a good one. Doubling stats were pretty similar in the mid-30%ers.
180.
The averages were both above 90. Josh is above 95 in losing 4 legs to 3.
87.
It's easy for me to say that this is a key match in this group. Every match that's left,
136.
all 9 of them are going to have some sort of bearing on who wins Group A, unless somebody starts to dominate.
123.
His mind
Josh Rock 127.
that he needs to win his last 3 based on what his leg difference is. He might win leg 1 if he can find this 2-darter.
Colin Rock 198.
Well, if he finds it, of course he's winning leg 1. What am I talking about? Double 19. He thought that was in.
82. Josh Rock 68.
Options here. Treble 12 is being used a lot these days. Double 16
36.
is not used.
Colin
Missed
Rock
by the width of a
60.
wire. Osborne back for a 6th visit. Can he use it effectively? He thought that one was in as well. He wants to hear game shot.
8.
He hears
Josh Rock
pretty
32.
much silence from our referee Owen.
Game shot on the first leg.
And Josh hears
Josh
the words
Payne.
for a break of throw. Could be a key exchange in this match, but Osborne is not one to dwell on something that early.
Second leg, it's Josh to throw first.
But the problem that Osborne has is that when he played Graham Hall in match 5, he wasn't able to break him.
180.
And the way that Josh has played in his match against Lisa Ashton, and at the start of this one, he looks like he's going to be pretty hard to break as well.
137.
Not when he's playing like this.
180.
6 perfect darts. Somebody call the 9-dart police. We might be about to get one.
100. Josh Rock 141.
We haven't had one this year. And we're not going to get one now. What we have had is 2 4-0 victories so far today.
43.
And look what Josh has left himself. The exact same number that Osborne missed on double 19 in leg 1.
139.
He'll be hoping
198.
he doesn't befall the same way.
38. Colin
Hasn't
Osborne
worked out very well, that one. And Osborne will sniff an opportunity for a breakback, which is already extinguished.
81. Josh requires 60.
Now this single for Josh, if he doesn't want to move on the hockey, he's got to be right of centre. That's left of centre. So he has to move. Has to move back. And does so brilliantly.
Leg. Josh Payne.
If you wanted to take a photograph of a double 10, I suppose that one would be a perfect one. Right in the middle. Beautiful for Payne's 2-0 lead.
So look, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
There you see an excellent display. And that 96.97 average is exactly the same as Payne's from the previous match. So if he replicates those first couple of legs and wins by 4 legs to 0, it will be
96.
a bit of deja vu. It's one of those games that Osborne's statistically playing well,
99.
but not winning. I know what I'd rather do. I'd rather be 2-0 up with 3 maximums and the lesser average, because that's exactly what Josh has.
140.
There will be many people out there who are wondering, why has Josh Payne not got a tour card? Look at the way he's playing all the time.
98.
Every time he comes to the Live League and tries to qualify for a Champions Week, he wins that week. He didn't play in Phase 3, decided to take a bit of a break.
123. Colin, you reckon 164.
But Josh craves a Phase win, as does Osborne.
132.
It's something that neither player has done yet. You can see the thinking behind Payne there. 251s for tops. That's 67, which leaves 75. So he has to go back to the 51 here.
84. Colin, you record 32.
To get back in the match. What a beautiful guide that is.
Game shown the third leg. Colin Osborne.
Here's me saying that the first dart was a good guide. The second dart proved to be the better one, because that's the one he used to get that third leg.
Fourth leg, it's Josh to throw first. Game on.
I remember about 12 months ago when the weather was starting to get better in the UK, and I thought about the sports that dart players could also be good at. And I mentioned yesterday that Colin Osborne is someone who is really good at other sports. He's been a pretty good footballer. He's played an extremely high level of ping pong.
180.
But I tried archery for the first time last year. And I thought to myself that most
42.
dart players would be really good at that. I've seen a couple of dart players doing the old axe throwing.
68.
Rob Cross and Damon Hetter are the two that I've seen do it. Rob was pretty good at it. Damon not so.
78.
I always like to see dart players in different settings to see what else they're good at. I just get the feeling that Osborne would be good at anything that he puts his mind to. That's just how he's made. But yesterday I said that Josh Payne would be probably the best tyre flipper. He's the best 180 hitter, not only in this match, but in any match in Live League history. 7 maximums is the record. Not to be in the 132 for Colin.
49. Josh require 104.
Josh would love to see a 3-1 lead here. 48 needed. Gets it for tops.
64. Colin, you require 83.
He thought that had a really good chance. Bullseye for Osborne.
47.
It's what we classify as a good miss.
Josh require 40.
But he doesn't have the luxury of missing right now.
Game
Because
shot on
Josh
the
Payne is
fourth leg.
3-1 up.
Josh Payne.
And for a second, I was thinking that if Osborne took that 83, the 7 maximum record may be under threat from Payne.
Fifth leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
Because Josh has already got 4. And if it was a 7-leg match, he could easily get another 4.
140.
What he would like is another couple in this leg to just get rid of this match by 4 legs to 1. To get himself to 10 points.
140.
The first person to do so. He spent a healthy chunk of Tuesday at the top of the table, Josh. But relinquished that pretty easily in the middle of yesterday's section. And it was around about this time that he did relinquish it because he lost to Osborne by 4 legs to 3.
140.
You can see the disappointment in his eyes when he's only scoring 140 with the first 2 in. I don't think there's any disappointment here.
100.
Must switch. Must switch again.
57. Calling you record 121.
Couldn't stay on the 19s there. Single number would have left a bogey number. Double 14.
107.
Narrow miss. So Payne gets a bonus opportunity to win 4-1. Just misses out on that second 57. And if there has been a fault in this leg,
136.
3 darts where they've been slightly underpitched.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Colin
Ultimately won brilliantly by Osborne in 13 darts. And Josh does not want to find himself in the same situation as yesterday against Ozzy.
It's Josh to throw first.
To stop that, you sense that he must win this leg.
58.
These guys have played each other quite a few times in the live league. It was 4-3 yesterday. Their meeting before this week
99.
was 4-3, and they've also had another 4-3 back in week 4 of phase 2. And their head-to-head record in the live league is 4-all. So this match was always going to be tight.
59.
Previous head-to-heads and previous results are, of course, a guide of what is possible, but it's no indication of what is exactly going to happen.
94.
Osborne can't leave a finish from 3-4-3, but he can get in touch.
140.
And that's exactly what he's done. The quality in this match is brilliant. Osborne just shy of 100 average. Payne just over 1.
60.
We're at that point now where a little bit of brilliance
100. Joshua record 149.
will get the job done. Is it now?
133.
Is it now for Osborne?
Calling your record
This will make Josh feel nauseated. Double top.
Game show the sixth flag.
Boy,
Colin
that
Osborne.
is a classy finish. And Josh Payne is thinking, please don't hit this tops. But 3 darts in perfect vertical lineage.
7th and final
on
against
that
Colin
dartboard.
to throw first.
Give us Osborne
Game
serving
on.
for this 4-3. If I was standing in Josh's shoes right there, I would have said one thing when that tops went in, and it wouldn't have been a word, it would have been a noise. Just, ugh.
99.
Those incredible people who will have put their fist out and said, oh, good shot. I applaud those people because I just couldn't do that.
174.
Is finding something very special at the end of this game.
100.
Josh Payne has averaged over 100 in this game all match. He has done very little wrong.
57.
He must start on 18s here. He must get to 170 or below. 60 needed.
92.
Now he needs mistakes from an Osborne who is now averaging 100 himself. Now is he going to go 25 here and try and trim off the 5? If he gets the bull,
137.
He can't leave tops the way he wants. This way, by using the 19s, he has his own choices.
125. Colin, you're on 48.
It all comes down to this. Double top. It's a win for Osborne, and we have this scenario in the table after the second consecutive 4-3 for Osborne over Payne in the last 24 hours. Look at those. That's a proper game of darts, everybody. 99.58, defying a higher average for the second day running for Josh Payne. Incredible match. That'll take some topping, but when we look at the table, when we come back, it's going to make for unbelievable reading. That match that you will see when we come back for match 8 is Lisa Ashton against Kevin Painter, and now Kevin Painter has the chance to go top of the table in the next 2 or 3 minutes. and welcome back. It's the middle match of the day. I hope you've got your cuppa ready and maybe a little bit of a snack alongside it, because things are getting very interesting in this table. And in all of my experience at the Online Darts Live League, I've never seen a Group A like this. There you see it. 5 players on 8 points. It couldn't be tighter. But games in hand for Painter.
Hey, first look, it's Lisa to throw first. Game on.
And for Jackson and Hall, who come next. We could have 2 players on 10 points.
123.
As we go into round 4 of the matches. But I said about Lisa Ashton when she lost to Josh Payne in match 4
134.
that her efforts today are not done. She may not win this group, but she could spoil other people's hopes.
85.
Now, if you remove all of the pressure from her shoulders now, and she's got a little bit of form going,
58.
she can beat anybody in this group and cost them a spot at the top. And that would be the case for Painter right now.
100.
Having said that, Kevin is top right now, courtesy of his superior leg difference of +9.
96.
So if he gets 1 leg from this match, he will remain top of the table for about 15 to 20 minutes.
60.
Because there will be, in the next match, somebody on 10 points. That's guaranteed. Does that, in turn,
99.
put extra pressure on Kevin to win this game? $54 for tops.
93.
There's the 54.
114.
Does she get a shot at the tops? Over to you, Kevin.
76 left, yeah.
76 remain. He's going for treble 16.
54.
Plan B.
Lisa record 40.
Good thinking from the artist. Ashton for tops. And that's a great shot from Lisa.
Leg.
6
Lisa
visits
Ashton.
and a nice, tidy start to this one. Painter is going to have to work hard as he tries to win against the darts.
Second leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
I've covered many a Group A over the last 18 months here in this room.
55.
I've never seen a Group A like this. I've seen some very exciting ones, particularly when Robert Owen was on the cusp of winning a Group A.
60.
He needed to win a certain amount of legs against Andy Jenkins in the very last match, and he came up
100.
1 leg short. As a result of that, Aaron Monk won that group. I'll never forget that as long as I live. Imagine 3 days of action going down to 1 leg of darts. Now, if you look at what happened in the Premier League this week,
140.
times that by 30, that's what happened in the Premier League final. And some people had the audacity to tell me that that wasn't the most exciting Premier League final in history. Yes, I know Phil Taylor hit 2 9-darters in 2010. That was a very different situation.
174.
Glorious 174 from Kevin Painter. The number I call the Dundas. Because nobody bellows a 174 better than Anthony Dundas.
32. 16.
No panic there for Painter. He will not appreciate missing that double 16 3 times, but all is well and good as long as he hits double 8 or the equivalent of 16 points when he comes back.
100. Kevin, you record 16.
2 4s. Slight adjustment across the hockey.
Game shown the
very
second
nice
leg.
find.
Kevin Painter.
Now, you might ask yourself, why did he shuffle back to the right-hand side? It's just because it feels more comfortable for right-handers.
It's Lisa to throw
double
first.
4.
Game on. 96.
When I was in my full pomp about a decade ago, I used to shuffle to the left on double 16 and double 8. And when double 4 and double 18, I would shuffle back to
58.
the centre or slightly right of centre. There you see this game has not caught fire yet.
125.
Maybe a sign of the pressure that is plaguing this room today.
97.
I've got to be honest, when I was slated to commentate this week and I asked the organisers of the Live League, which players do I have in Group A?
60.
I looked at this group and thought, ooh, I feel very lucky. These players have provided me with
44.
amazing entertainment, and I hope that everybody watching this feels the same. It's been a brilliant group. And there's more where that came from.
80.
Group C will be tomorrow from 9:30. We'll have the company of Ryan Furness from Salisbury, Dave Pallett, originally from Shropshire. I think he's still living in Northamptonshire. And Conan Whitehead, one of Kent's finest. Nothing's ever dull when Conan's around.
89. Leisure record 140.
Ashton looking for that straight ton to lead tops.
60.
Doesn't get there, and Painter will think, if I can get myself on 73.
60.
That's starting to
record
happen
80.
again. And it's around about this time of day where it happened yesterday. A lot of steady 60 visits.
Game
And
show on
that's
the
a steady
third
80
leg.
visit.
Lisa Ashton.
Did you notice on that 80 checkout just how fast she threw that last dart? She's a very organic player, is Lisa Ashton.
Fourth leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
There's a little bit of thought that goes into her game, but she is very much a field player. She stands about
100.
2 centimetres back from all of the ockies. Because in the northwest of England, there are leagues where you play from 8 feet, not 7'9¼
140.
But the feel she has when that hand is crunched together and those very small, stumpy projectiles are thrust forward.
80.
It's almost as if she was born to throw darts accurately.
$60.
And we're looking at 2 players here who have graced the England shirt with a great deal of pride over the years. Lisa's played for England for
95.
many years. Kevin made his debut back in the early 90s and only relinquished that England shirt back in around 2002.
60.
Had a great England career. I'll always remember one game that Kevin Painter played for his country. And it was the ideal draw.
100.
I believe it was in 2001. It was the Tri-Nations, or the Home Internationals as it's called now. And England were playing against Scotland and Wales.
100.
Kevin
Giving you
Painter
record
played against
126.
Kelvin Painter of Wales. I thought, you couldn't have scripted that draw. I do believe he lost that match by 3 to 2 as well.
86. Leisure
If my
record
memory serves me right, it was a very good
141.
game. This one is not a bad game, but it's a bit edgy.
83. Giving you
There's
record
a few darts
40.
like that being delivered.
Game show on the
That's
fourth
not
leg.
edgy.
Kevin Payne.
It's now 2-2. And of all of these players in this group, you just sense that these are the battles you need to win when it's 2-2. You need to thrust
It's
forward.
Lisa to throw first. Game on.
Oh, look at that.
180.
You look at those barrels and you think, you can't possibly hit a 180 with those things. She's proven that you can.
60. $60.
We are seeing ladies do things with darts now that have never been done before. We go back to that 170 finish of Fallon
45.
Sherrick back at last year's Grand Slam. That was some moment. We talk about Ashton getting the tour card, the first lady to do that. The first lady to get the 100+ average on stage.
57.
Lisa Ashton. There are other things to achieve. I would love to see a lady get a 9 darter. Although I do
96.
believe that a lady has been part of a 9 darter. Up in the northeast of England, as we see a second 180 of the leg from Ashton to leave 24. I'm going to come back to that story in a second because it could well be 3-2 to Lisa in a second.
100. Lisa record 24.
This is a great leg of darts.
Game shown the
leg has been
fifth
taken by Lisa.
Lisa Ashton.
So if Kevin Painter wants to remain at the top of the table on points on his own, he needs to win the next 2 legs.
Sig leg, it's Kevin to throw first.
He's going to stay at the
Game
top of the table regardless. But don't forget that Matt Jackson and Graham Hall have that game in hand after this.
99.
Yes, back to my point about Lady 9 Darters. I seem to remember a few years ago there was a pairs game
45.
involving Glenn Durrant and his pairs partner Claire Stainsby. Now, if
99.
my memory serves me right, Glenn hit a 180, Claire hit a 180, and then Glenn hit the 141 in a pairs competition.
140.
I don't, in all of my years of travelling, know of another lady being involved in a 9 darter that they have hit.
180.
But there's been 3 180s in the last couple of legs in this match. All of a sudden, it's caught fire.
100. Kevin, you record 123.
Keeping the referee on their toes because this one's gone into hyperspeed as well. He's not going to go for it. Doesn't need to.
91.
Made the right call. Lovely
100.
tone
Kevin, you
to
record
set up a finish.
32.
Painter just looking for the full stop.
Game shown the
There it
sixth
is.
flag.
We're
Kevin
going
Painter.
all the way, and how little time was it for those 6 legs? This is a rapid-fire game that only has 1 leg left.
7th and final leg. It's Lisa to throw first. Game on. 60.
I've been a darts fan for a very long time, and I've been following the careers of these two for a very long time. If you'd have said to me 15 years
60.
ago that I'd be watching these two duking it out in this kind of setting, I wouldn't have believed you. Look where this game has gotten itself to over the last few years.
121.
We're seeing ladies versus men all the time. We're seeing young players against old men all the time.
140.
Differing ages, genders, you name it. And you tell me that darts is not the most inclusive sport in the world.
125.
Painter's in trouble if he doesn't find something sizable.
100.
It's game on. There's only 6 points between them after 6.5 legs.
140.
Oh, that's a monstrous 140. That's like a dagger to the ribs of Painter, and he can't believe that he can't get nearer.
95. Lisa,
Ashton hits
55.
this, and it makes this table even more ridiculous. Tops. It's in.
Game shot and the match.
What a game.
Lisa
So
Ashton.
enjoyable to watch, and I'm sure for both of those players they really enjoyed that experience of the 7-legger. But it is Painter who falls, and his average is only 0.06 above that of the opponent. There was nothing between them that whole game, and Ashton held herself together brilliantly. She's now on 6 points, and everybody else is on 8. This table is ridiculous. We'll have another look at that when we come back from the break, but the game in hand that Hall and Jackson have is about to take place in Game 9. welcome back to the Online Darts Live League for Group A on Wednesday. And if you're just joining us, where have you been? Because we now have the tightest Group A that I've ever seen. It couldn't possibly be any tighter than this. Look at that. 8 points for 5 players. It remains after that Lisa Ashton win over Payne, which just holds him up a little bit. But we are going to now have someone on 10 points because Jackson and Hall will do battle.
It's Matt to throw first.
And the nature of this group is so crazy because of the next statement I'm going to make. The person in 5th position in this table could go top after this. I've never seen that happen in the 2 years I've been doing this project.
140.
These guys will be looking at an updated table in the practice room quite often. Matt Jackson is pretty
46.
used to being towards the top of the table. He's been there for the last 24 hours. Graham Hall has played some very good darts and has been threatening the whole time.
100.
But this possibility of somebody being in 5th position and going top with one more win is beyond me. And depending on the result here, if Graham Hall wins, he would also go top
100.
with the second worst leg difference. Let's see what happens next then. Let's see if Graham Hall can break in 12 darts. He might just do it. Not on this occasion. His best effort this year so far in the Live League, a 146. That will remain the case for now. Double 12. That one's not close.
Game shown the
that
first
one's
leg.
hit the back of the net.
Matt
Jackson so far today, who has not found his stride, may just be about to find it at the right time.
Secondly, it's Graham to throw first. Game on.
I've had an interesting tweet from John in Melbourne, my former hometown. Well, sort of.
60.
Nice to live 40 kilometres outside, near Narre Warren. But John has got in touch from Melbourne and said he's enjoying the coverage.
100.
And asking if I agree that Graham Hall's action is similar to Johnny Clayton. It's not that dissimilar. That's a nice spot there, John.
140.
It may be not as pronounced as Johnny Clayton's, but I can see what you're talking about. It's an interesting call. Thanks for getting in touch, John.
60.
If he goes on to do some of the things that Johnny Clayton's done, he's going to have a great career. That's a great visit.
180.
If you're not aware, of course,
50.
We can't invite the likes of Johnny Clayton to the Live League because they have PDC Tour cards. The Online Darts Live League is only for players who do not have a full-time PDC Tour card. So we can get players in
47.
from the likes of the WDF system, the ADC. Players who play on the Challenge Tour, the secondary tour in the PDC.
55.
Development Tour players over the age of 18. And we try to get you players from all around Europe and the world as well, if we can. Double 16 for Graham Hall.
42.
No such joy. We were scheduled to have one international player this week. We were going to have 5 English players and 1 Dutch, but unfortunately Christian Kist could not make it.
66.
And the action, Jackson was able to step in at the last minute and fill that void.
On the second leg.
Graham Hall fills the void of double 16, and we've got a very close match on our hands at 1-1 here. The closer it is, the better it is for the others chasing whoever wins.
So look, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
You have to think that maybe today is going to be won on leg difference.
82.
There are only 2 matches per player left after this. All of the players know.
100.
The 4 in the practice room, Ashton, Osborne, Payne and Painter, they all know the tighter this game is, the better. The only person who really doesn't care that much about that is Painter, because he knows he's going to be second in the table going into round number 4 of the day because of that superior leg difference of +8. Yes, he lost to Ashton right now, but he's following that pattern of the last couple of days. When he's winning big. When he's losing tight.
100.
Speaking of tight, this game's about as tight as my running trousers.
121.
And believe me, they're pretty tight. That's a perfect first start. It's begging for a maximum.
140. Matt, you require 101.
One of those rare times that a player will be disappointed with a 140.
Correct.
He won't be disappointed if he takes the 103.
49. Grammy require.
He will have broken the throw if he finds it. How many times is he finding that first start now? Osborne did this earlier.
83.
Graham Hall is just short.
Matt, you require 52.
I would say relief on the face of Jackson, but he doesn't give much away.
Game shot.
He hasn't given leg 3 away either.
Matt Jackson.
This is following a pattern of holds of throw, and if it continues to do that, it's a Jackson win imminent.
4th leg, it's Graham to throw first. Game on.
You do get the feeling that Jackson is playing with zero pressure.
95.
A week ago, he had no idea he was going to be here. He's someone around 12 months ago that
90.
people were watching on the Pro Tour because he was part of the alternate list. He was getting phone calls to fill the numbers at Players' Championship events in the PDC. And he was regarded
85.
as the best draw because he couldn't win a match. He had a ridiculous streak in 2021 of matches lost. But what he's done this week is he's come here and shown that he can really play. And I admire that in a player. It's not what happened last year that's important.
43.
It's about what happens now. And in very similar style to
140.
a couple of friends here at the Live League, he's gone a little bit yellow with the stem and flight combination. Big shouts out to Scott Williams, who's currently playing in Germany
58.
in PDC action, and Jamie Kelling, of course, who is a good friend of this production. And while we're on it, why don't we say congratulations to Jamie on the birth of his first child.
91.
Hope to see him soon. A fine player called the Yellow Submarine, one of the best nicknames I know.
$140.
Jackson about to go
40.
3-1 up with a break.
Game shot on the
There's
4th
your answer.
leg. Matt Jackson.
That's a great time to break the throw. Maybe the second best time to break the throw, apart from the time where you break to win the match.
5th leg, it's Matt to throw first.
Is he about
Game
to
on.
find the summit once again? Has he withstood his roughest point in this group? Losing his first 2 matches of the day.
100.
Not looking likely to win either. But because of the way the results have gone, and if he wins this game here,
85.
to get a second consecutive win over Graham Hall, he will again be the favourite to win Group A.
100.
Matches against Josh Payne and Lisa Ashton to come. And Jackson does have the opportunity to set the total of the 5 players that can win this group.
$57.
He's the one who finishes first. So he will set the clubhouse lead potentially. But he's still got to win this game.
140.
G-Man's not going to give up. And he's having another one of those games. 4 legs in.
60.
He's 3-1 down. And he's averaging 10 more than his opponent. How does he do this? It happens way too often for me. Double 12.
117.
Yesterday, Graham Hall averaged nearly 98 for the day, and he was in 3rd position.
83.
He averaged almost 98 in the previous visit to this arena, and he didn't qualify in a 5-player group.
Game shot on the 5th.
He has won leg 5.
Graham
and
Hall.
He's broken straight back. So the possibility of us going to leg 7 for the 3rd match in a row is very much up to Graham.
It's Graham to throw first. Game on.
The more I look at that throw, the more it does look like Johnny Clayton's. I'm really glad that someone's brought that to my attention.
93.
I thought it was a bit Wayne Jonesy a little bit earlier today.
140.
There you see those averages. Befuddling stuff. I've lost count of the amount of times this week where someone's had the better average and has lost. I know I talk about averages a lot. That's one of the privileges of sitting in this chair with this microphone to my lips. But averages mean nothing.
180.
Especially when you're ahead and you have 5 big trebles from your first 6 darts of leg 6.
100.
Yesterday when they played, Jackson won with a 91.68 average. 50% on doubles.
100.
It was one of his most consistent performances. And you guessed it, Graham Hall had a better average and lost. It could well happen again, because Matt Jackson's only 2 darts away from getting that win.
140. Matt, you've got 81.
74 remain.
Yeah, 74 left.
That one's puzzled him a little bit. He wasn't expecting a small 7 from that dart. He's gone 54 for double 10.
Graham, you require 109.
It hasn't worked out. Can 109 be plugged to take us to 4-3? Not this time.
57.
Graham Hall
Matt, you require 40.
is in trouble in this table now because his leg difference is not getting better. He's still very much in it, but he's going to need 2 very large wins at the end of this group. It is Matt Jackson with that 4-2 victory with the 91 average and 57% on the doubles. High checker of 75. He's the one, after 8 matches in this group, that goes to the top of the table. And finally, we have someone who has got to double figures in points. So, we'll take a short break, and when we come back, it's going to be Lisa Ashton against Colin Osborne. And let's see what happens in round number 4 today. Game 10 of our online darts live league action is about to commence with Colin Osborne up against Bolton's Lisa Ashton. And it is Ashton who can't qualify from this group, but Colin Osborne has still got a very small hope. He needs a win here, though. Well, there's our stat screen, but unfortunately somebody's cut Matt Jackson out of it. And he's the one at the top. There he is. 10 points. Sits atop the tree, and everybody's played 8 games in this group now, so it's a very fair reflection.
Okay, first leg, it's Lisa to throw first. Game on.
The reason why Ashton can't qualify is because she can only get to 10 points. And the best she can do with her leg difference is get to -1. She'd have to beat Osborne 4-0 and beat Matt Jackson 4-0.
30.
I don't think 10 points is enough. You sense that either Josh Payne
60.
or possibly Colin Osborne are going to get 2 more wins, and Jackson only needs 1 more to eliminate Ashton. And he's got 2 left. And particularly because he's playing Lisa in match number 13. And I mentioned that Lisa is from Bolton. Bit of a darting hotbed. Home of
140.
Fine player who doesn't have a nickname these days, even though he's been called Shaggy and Midnight in the past.
125.
But whenever I talk about Bolton and darts, Lisa's obviously top of the tree, being a 4-time world champion. But I have to talk about Steve Coote. He is a very influential firefighter up in that region of Manchester. And he is, of course, the person that was playing Sean Greatbatch when the first 9 darter was hit on TV about 20 years ago.
45.
Fine England international and an even better bloke. And if anybody watching knows Steve Coote, please pass on my regards. One of the people that I idolised when I was growing up.
You require 132.
57 for Bull.
60.
If she'd got that 57, that Bull was going to be hit. It's easy for me to say that, but I've seen her do that so many times. Just misses out on that 60 for a shot at 18s in that first leg.
100. Lisa requires 72.
That leaves 64. So it could well be a shot at the Bull anyway. It is.
24.
All got a little bit messy.
Colin, you require 16.
And I don't mean that in a good way, talking about Lionel.
Game shown the
Things
first
have just got a bit Bernie Slavin.
Colin Osborne.
You get that reference? Maybe that's gone over the head of some of our younger viewers. One of the best Middlesbrough strikers of all time.
Second leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
I know Glenn Durrant would have got that. And so would Colin Osborne. Passionately from
81.
side. Been a lot of good players from that neck of the woods as well. Not just Glenn and Colin. Whenever I think about that region of the world, I always think about a player called Dave Blencarn.
42.
What a lovely bloke. Whenever I was playing in local competitions in the northeast, he was always around. Always smiling. Always had a bounce in his step.
58.
Players like Jim Bannister. Just pillars of the Teesside darting community.
95.
Real characters too. I always like to give players like that a bit of a shout out because they're part of regional heritage
61.
with this game. I'm very passionate about that. Whatever part of the UK or part of the world you're from, there are always going to be these local characters, local heroes.
57.
And they should never be forgotten. And one day I'm going to write a book about my career and everything that's gone on, and all of those players are going to get a mention. Of course, Teesside not that far from Wearside. And County Durham in the middle, so players in that region like Paul Jennings and the late great Phil Nixon. Tops for Lisa.
Game shown the second leg. Lisa
Not
Ashton.
her first tops finish on a ton plus finish today. She had a 145 earlier. It was a real humdinger.
Third gets Lisa to throw first. Game on.
Average-wise, not a great game so far.
100.
But that doesn't detract away from the importance of this match. I mentioned a bit yesterday that Colin has played a huge part in my career as a player. He was the first person I ever played in the European Championship, and he gave me a proper hiding. And he was the first person I ever beat at the World Match Play. That was a particularly edgy affair.
100.
But I distinctly remember the first time I ever played Colin. June 2009. It was a semi-final
100
of a Players' Championship in Barnsley, and I just stood back and admired how he ripped me to shreds. And then he beat Gary Anderson in the final as well.
47.
Round about that time, he was one of the best players on the planet. And funnily enough, he didn't just win that Players' Championship. The following week, oh, it might have been the week before, I would have to check my memory bank. He made the final of the UK Open in Bolton.
60.
So there you see where that segue went. You don't make UK Open finals being a bad
58.
player. Look at some of the other players that have made UK Open finals. Peter Wright was the first person to make 2 of them without winning it.
64. Lisa required 138.
Barry Bates, Mark Walsh, Gary Mawson. Some good names in there. Hello.
140.
She's really at it today, giving those ton pluses a really good go. Stay on that line. Lost the line.
56.
Twice.
Lisa required 24.
Double 12. This one should be in.
Game shot in the third leg.
A little bit hasty.
Lisa Ashton.
Here's me thinking the Dart 2 was going to be planted. But she just fancied a little bit of a different guide.
Fourth leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
I don't think anybody's delivered a dart
100
of that kind of schematic as well as Lisa Ashton since Phil Taylor.
121.
You don't see many players these days using that shape of barrel. Peter Manley was very good at using something like this. John Lowe was pretty
68.
good with a barrel that was slightly wider in the middle. As for Dave Whitcomb's darts that he used in the 80s, I still have no idea how he hit one maximum in his career. They were that wide. But then again, we're talking about an age where Ryan Searle is using a 32-gram dart, and he hits a plenty maximums, doesn't he? Usually I would say from 299,
100.
you have to go 19s first. But because of Osborne only being 11 points ahead, I'm not going to criticise Lisa for staying on the 20s there. It hasn't cost her anything. When you're on 299 and your opponent is ahead by a dart or 2, you want to be trying to leave a finish.
81.
And going 19s first would have been the right play, but in that spot, Lisa got it right.
$21. Lisa require 118.
Chance for 3-1. Double top. It's another ton plus effort.
78.
She's had a shot at a 102 and hit it. Mr. 138. Mr. 118 on tops. She's getting plenty of darts at double.
Game show on the
And
fourth
she's
leg.
utilising them as
Lisa
well. That's
Ashton.
now 3 hits from 10 attempts, which is very steady, but it's the 10 attempts that really pique my interest.
Fifth leg, it's Lisa to throw first. Game on.
She's outscoring her opponent, who seems to have hit the wall.
100.
And if there is a bad time to hit the wall, it's now.
95.
8++ scenario for Osborne is to win the next 3 legs and win by 4 legs to 3. He's been involved in more 4-3s than any player this week so far.
140.
But if he was to somehow do that, he'd be on 10 points, the same as Matt Jackson at the top of the table, but his leg
100.
difference would still be 4 legs behind. His biggest issue now is that Ashton
100.
is playing with freedom. And this ridiculous group could get even more ridiculous in a matter of 2
99.
minutes.
Lisa require
Ashton
161.
is only 161 points from 8 points herself. There's the
61.
61 gone. And she's already hit 102 darts this week so far. That was her best checkout for yesterday.
85. Lisa
To repeat the
require
trick.
100.
And to get 2 more points. Consider
Game
that
shot
trick
and the
repeated.
match.
Beautifully
Lisa
done by
Ashton.
Ashton to get a 4-1 victory. And that is her second victory against Osborne in the last couple of days. It was 4-3 yesterday. Today is even better. 82 average doesn't tell you the story. The amount of chances that she had, 11 attempts to 3 for Osborne. That's where the game was won and lost. So, we'll take another short break, but when we come back, we'll have another look at this silly, silly table. Hello and welcome back, and if you'd like to know why we love the Online Darts Live League so much, you might want to get your gills around this table. This is like nothing I've seen before, so let's go into the final 5 matches with the state of play as it is right now. One person on 10 and the rest on 8. This is getting silly. So maybe we should look at the leg difference column with a bit more awareness. Lisa Ashton has almost caught some of the other people in this table, and she's no longer at the foot of the table.
First, I get Josh to throw first. Game on.
Now, just imagine if Josh Payne was to get a second win over Matt Jackson in 24 hours. We'd then have two players on 10 points and 4 on 8.
78.
And we still don't know who's going to win this group with just 4 matches to go. But there is a big caveat to that.
134.
If Jackson can win this game, he would create a 4-point gap. And by doing
100.
that, he eliminates Payne from winning this group. That's the point we've come to. It's a knockout scenario for Josh.
97.
What it would also be is a knockout scenario for Colin Osborne. He would no longer be able to get to 12 points.
140.
Now with Colin's leg difference at -4, it's unlikely he's going to win this group. We're starting to narrow that field
41.
by the leg. Not by the game, by the leg. This might play into the hands of
43.
someone like Josh Payne, who likes to play with a bit of urgency. And considering the experience that he has as such a young man,
Josh, come on, 140.
BBC title wins. And maybe a
Game
140 checkout to
leg.
start this one off.
Josh Payne.
Oh, Matt Jackson was sitting on 92 when he hit that. Matt was thinking, okay, I could steal this leg. Josh was having none of it.
Second leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
What else is this group going to serve up? I'm not going to sit here and
100.
pretend that every Group A is this exciting, because it isn't. This is the best Group A I've ever commentated on.
100.
And that is me tipping my hat. Not to the person who
57.
wins it, but to every single one of them. One thing I will say is that over the years that I've known Josh, which is around 5 years, maybe a little bit longer, that quiff of his it's gotten a little shallow. It used to be a bit higher and bouncier. I'll have to have a word with his partner about maybe getting him some different mousse. I know that's a little bit of a sideshow angle from my commentary, but
60.
for quite a few years we used to call Josh Johnny Bravo because his quiff was so big and bouncy, and he had biceps the size of
11.
something big. He's not JB, he's JP. And he's searching for a 177.
139.
Maybe Josh is ripe enough right now for a really big performance. He's started hot.
140. Josh requires 62.
Tops is the target.
22.
You saw the way I move.
133.
This is a difficult out.
$83.
Trims most of it down.
40.
Should be too late.
Game's on the second
It
leg.
is too late.
Josh Payne.
Payne is now getting the ideal result, but there is still 50% to go.
Third leg, it's Josh to throw first.
He doesn't have the best leg difference of the players on 8 points. That belongs to Kevin Painter on +8. But oh, how things could
42.
change over the next 2 matches. Payne, if he gets a big win, could be ahead of Painter on points and leg difference.
83.
With Kevin about to play Graham Hall next. You can see what Josh is doing here. He is outplaying Matt Jackson.
97.
But whatever he's doing right, he has to continue to do that right. He's lost a couple of games this week by very fine margins.
84.
Heartbreaking defeats, especially his last game against Osborne, losing 4-3 for the second time in 24 hours.
96.
He lost to Kevin Painter by 4-3 earlier as well.
49.
Got to give Kevin a lot of credit for getting that win. Josh did tail off a little bit at the end. And that's what he can't afford to do in this match. Got to maintain intensity. And it's difficult to do that in this room because it's so
59.
quiet. If you're the kind of player that likes to ruffle feathers or trying to get your own
60.
intensity souped up somewhere, this is the room where it's most difficult to do it. Because if you like to have a bit of a grunt or a grumble, you're going to put your opponent off.
81. 92.
Yeah, nice switch there from Matt
Pressure record
to
126.
leave a lovely number. But Josh has got a more doable number. And that number is shrinking fast.
140.
There was a nod of the head from Jackson in the background. He thought that was going.
32.
I concurred. This one's not going.
94.
Such a shame he didn't get the
12.
57 because he got the end product.
Game's on the
But the
third
end
leg.
product of the
Josh
leg
Payne.
belongs to Josh Payne. 3-0 up, and only now 25% leaves him between now and the end of the
We'll flick it to
rainbow.
Matt to throw first.
Not quite the end of the rainbow. There's still more gold to find.
91.
But 50 darts for the first 3 legs for Josh. Steady as they go. In old money, in a county game, that would have given you a 30 average.
60.
Which used to be the benchmark. That's what all of the players used to talk about. Oh, he's got a 30 average. She's got a 30 average.
81.
Yeah, they don't talk that way anymore. Everybody talks about new money. The 100. The 3 dart average, not the 1 dart average.
58. 99.
Great thinking there from Jackson. His initial thought was to stay on the 19s, but he knew that staying up there was not the right play.
128.
He just can't shake Payne off.
100.
One of my favourite ways to communicate the way that Josh is playing in this match is that he's like sand in Matt's socks.
99.
You just can't get rid of him.
130.
In order for you to understand how that feels, you're going to have to go to the beach and get some sand in your
65.
socks.
Joshua Record 156.
But this would be the ultimate beach. Would have been the Waimea of shots. The 156 to win a match 4-0.
40. Mate, you record 65.
Didn't want that. Does want double 4.
61.
This
Joshua
game could
Record
end
116.
on the second best checkout of the match. He had a 140 in leg 1.
76.
Doesn't quite get the 4-0.
Mate, you require 4. Game shot
And
on
a
the
beautiful
fourth
double
leg.
2 for Matt Jackson,
Matt
so he's not going
Jackson.
to be bageled here, and he still, of course, has that opportunity of winning this match from 3-0 down.
Fifth leg, it's Josh to throw first.
It's a beautiful word, opportunity. And it's a word that we tend to float over many, many times when we talk about this sport and any other sport, of course.
41.
I always like to highlight that word because if you think about this game, for instance,
81.
Josh Payne wants to win this game to have the opportunity to win the next game and win the group. When you win a semi-final on the PDC Tour and you guarantee yourself, I think it's £8,000 these days, you don't think about the money. You think about the opportunity of winning the title.
93.
When you lose a match, that's something that you also lose. You lose the opportunity of winning an event.
60.
And in most cases, it's the opportunity that is more valuable than the cash. 180?
140.
Not quite. And just to put it into perspective, Joe Cullen, missing that double 16 in the Premier League final earlier this week, may have stopped him for an opportunity of automatically being in next year's Premier League. Anyway, for an opportunity to win this group, Josh Payne has won by 4 legs to 1. A really good performance. He bossed the first 3 legs. He did have a chance of winning at 4-0, but ultimately he does have that 90 average, 57% on the checkouts, and the opportunity of winning this group will be there when he plays his last game in round number 5. Short break coming up, and it's going to be Painter against Hall, both still in the hunt, but Hall only just. and welcome back. 4 more matches for your darting entertainment for the rest of Wednesday. And one thing we are guaranteed is that we will have 3 players on 10 points in this table at the end of this match, and 3 players on 8 points. But the major talking point here is that Graham Hall, in 6th position because of his leg difference, cannot go top of the table.
First.
But Kevin Painter can. He now has the same leg difference as Josh Payne, albeit 2 points behind.
41.
This is a huge game. And I love the fact that we are going down to the final round of matches in Group A once again. It just makes everything a bit more exciting.
140.
And you have to say it, that's a bit unlucky.
40.
He really has got a great smile, hasn't he? It doesn't come out enough. I just hope he doesn't think that that's a sign of what's about to come. I know that Kevin has
100.
had a reputation over the years as being a bit of a moaner, but I guarantee you, and I'm saying this as a pal of his,
99.
he's one of those people I genuinely look forward to seeing in the morning when he's playing. He makes me laugh. He is hilarious. And he's honest.
97.
He's got to get back on the horse, though. He started this leg. He can't relinquish his throw quickly.
98.
He's got to maintain intensity and focus.
Graham, you require
He is going to
164.
be part of that 10-point group going into the final round. Does he fancy it? I don't think he does.
132.
As much as we want to see him hit it, that was the right thing to do. And Kevin's got to fix the line of his shots.
Graham, you require 32.
Fast. Graham Hall has started really quickly. I'm not talking about his pace of play.
On the first
I'm talking about the quality of it.
Hall.
That's a 14 darter to start things off, so he's broken immediately, and that scuppers the chances of Painter getting a very large win.
Second leg, it's Graham to throw first. Game on.
But it's any win that puts Painter top with 1 match to go. Painter's last game is against Osborne. Graham Hall's is against Josh Payne. We couldn't line this up better. The funny thing is, if Graham Hall wins this match, he could well be in a shootout with Payne in the very last match to see who wins this group.
134.
At no point in my live league career as a player or as a pundit
180.
or a commentator, presenter, whatever you want to call me, have I ever seen, with 4 matches to go, the person in 6th position
60.
maybe going to win this group. Credit to Painter leaving 1-2-1 after 9. That's a world-class scoring leg. I wonder if you guys have noticed that I haven't even mentioned the placings in this group.
23.
Number 2 and number 3 going into Group B. 4, 5 and 6 going into Group C. That doesn't matter right now. 8.
Game shown the second leg.
And that's a 12 dart break back. And as much in leg 1 as he was struggling to find his line, he has found it really fast.
Third leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Dart players spend a lot of time together when they're on the road, and they create friendships. And in some cases, family. But we all have nicknames for each other. We all have little jibes at each other, little bits of
96.
jokery and things like that. Whenever Kevin and I see each other, we do a Gavin and Stacey dance.
60.
And when Kevin was with his former partner, Janine, we used to joke to her that if we ever played each other on a big stage, we would do that dance. And she said, "Don't you dare."
125.
We heeded the warning and we never did it. So maybe in a few years when I'm in the seniors, and Kevin's still playing in the
55.
seniors because he'll be playing well into his 60s, maybe we can do that dance. I
83.
was just about to say that Hall had lost his range, but he finds it with that last dart. This game has got possibilities.
100.
It's heating up really nice. It's thickening up, a bit like the plot.
$140.
It's a great last 4 darts from Hall, who was found 200 points with his last 4 darts to leave this 57
96.
for a third consecutive break of throw in this
57.
vital match.
Game shot
And
on
that
the
is a
third
2-1
leg.
lead.
Graham Hall.
Graham Hall is finding another big set of numbers here. A 99-ish average is something he's very, very used to.
Fourth leg, it's Graham to throw first. Game on.
We have to emphasise too that if Graham Hall loses this match, there you see his average almost 99. He loses this game,
100.
he's not winning this group. His leg difference stipulates that he must win this game.
100.
We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. I wonder who the first person who said that was. It must have been quite a while ago.
100.
Whoever it was, it caught on.
$100.
Steady stuff from both players, toning down here in leg 4. Their game yesterday was pretty good. Graham Hall, 100.5.
100.
100.05, I beg your pardon. And that was in a 4-3 win.
90.
Great save from Painter. Lost the line twice and saves the visit with the last dart 60. Kevin's average yesterday 92.75, but the 27% on the doubles, that cost him. It was a high-class contest.
45.
Kevin was left bereft at losing that second game of yesterday's schedule because he lost the first one as well
41.
against Colin Osborne. He can't afford
Framing require
to let history repeat itself,
156.
otherwise he's going to be playing for the next couple of days.
$116. Kevin, you require
Biggest finish we've had this week is
170.
145 from Lisa Ashton. Josh Payne missed this against Painter earlier.
$46.
Should be
Framing
3-1.
require 40.
And are we about to have a hold of throw? Too far away.
Game show on the fourth.
Very much in. You can see what
Graham
he was
Hall.
trying to do, trying to hit the flight of the first dart to nestle it into that red bit. Does it successfully at the end of the visit.
Fifth leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
G-Man is doing his job. He could well be the third person to make 10 points.
140.
I, somewhat foolishly yesterday, said, if you get 18 points, you're winning this group. 16 points and you're probably safe. No one's getting anywhere close to that.
60.
The most points, I can't believe I'm about to say this.
60.
The most points that anybody's going to get from this group is 12. If you look back at Group A's and even Group C's over the last few months, I don't think anybody's won on 12 points, have they? I'll have to double
100.
check that.
$60.
Oh, it's not happening again, surely. Painter was plagued by that at this portion of the games yesterday, particularly when he was playing against Matt Jackson. Can't continue to come up dry on that treble 20 bed. And if he
97.
does, he needs to find some cover shots. That's better. Being
100.
super aggressive on the 60, but maybe with that blocker there, the treble 17 was the play. That's me being ultra super skeptical. I almost got that out.
81.
Oh, that's a real gift for Painter.
141.
That single one means that Painter's got 6 darts. And he needs them.
Correct.
That's 76. He doesn't have to go for the 60 here. He did earlier go for the treble 16 on this shot.
81.
And he has done so again.
$125. Kevin, you require 60.
20 for tops. To save this match. Must go in.
20.
He's found that gap so many times in the last 25 hours.
Graham, you require
It's
38.
been frightening. To get a valuable win. Double 14. I don't think that was part of the plan. Oh,
10.
what on earth? How was that
Kevin, you
missed?
require 40.
If you think Painter's was harsh, Hall's was even harsher. Double 10.
Game's on the
he
fifth
snuck
leg.
that one in, didn't he?
Kevin Painter.
Oh, it's super dramatic, this. I still don't know how Graham Hall's dart at double... Well, the second one. How did that miss? How did it miss?
Safe leg, it's Graham to throw first. Game on.
How much more can we take in this group? In fact, we're going to take one more round of matches.
100.
If Painter was to lose this game,
46.
he could still, theoretically, qualify. Because he has a very healthy leg difference. But he would need favours. He would need Matt Jackson to lose to Lisa Ashton after this.
95.
That's step 1. Step 2, he has to beat Colin Osborne.
97.
Step 3, he'd need the whole Payne match to go his way. Not too much to ask, really.
90.
Do yourself a favour, Kevin. Don't lose. And it's very much in your hands.
134.
He can only win by 4 legs to 3. So at the very best, he would be 1 leg ahead of Josh Payne at the top. 1 leg! But then again, it looks like he's going to lose the match. So he may need those favours. He's going to need 3 things to go his way
60.
if Graham Hall hits double 18.
Graham, you require 36.
He's got the better average by 12. And on his
Game
4th
shot
match
and the
start,
match.
in the
Graham
second different
Hall.
leg, he gets a second win in succession against Kevin Painter on Tuesday and on Wednesday. You can see from the stats that he really did deserve it. He didn't have the highest checkout in the match, but he did have the better checkout percentage and the better performance overall. We are going to have one more round of matches to decide who finally comes through this incredible Group A. We'll take a short break and we'll come back with Lisa Ashton against Matt Jackson to finalise their Group A campaign. Hello and welcome back to the final round of matches here at the Online Darts Live League for Wednesday. It's been so exciting, but we only have one match left per player. Lisa Ashton cannot qualify from 6th position, but what she can do is make it to 10 points. Matt Jackson, though, he knows that if he doesn't win this match, he's in peril. Ashton has been so exciting to watch today.
Hey, first look, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
And it was this game yesterday that Matt had his debut here at the Live League. And it was a good one, averaging 103.66. And he started in the same game.
180.
Let's get down to brass tacks then.
123.
Jackson wins this game. He sets the total 12 points.
42.
Somebody else will get to 12 points. Graham Hall and Josh Payne will be the last match of this schedule. They're both already on 10 points, like Matt Jackson. So if Jackson does lose this game to Lisa, he's not qualifying. Pretty simple all of a sudden.
140.
Painter and Osborne will play each other after this. And Painter needs favours.
99. Lisa require 158.
She's got the biggest checkout of the day so far, 145. That came very early.
58.
Back in the game with
require
Graham Hall,
150.
by 4 legs to nil. That seems like a long time ago.
98. Lisa require 100.
She's done this twice. Not this time, but a different way.
40 left. 60.
Almost.
Now you require 52.
To get the first of 4 that he needs.
Game shot on the
finds
first leg.
The flight was in the way, so
Jackson.
we changed the camera angle, but it is a vital first leg win for Jackson, who now needs 3 more for at least a place in Group B.
Second leg, it's Lisa to throw first. Game on.
Because that's what he will get if he finishes in the top 3.
100.
Some of these players do prefer to play at night, as opposed to playing early in the morning.
85.
Depending on this result,
100.
we pretty much know that Lisa's going to be playing tomorrow morning. I haven't done the calculations for that yet. We'll cross that bridge when we come to that. We're crossing a lot of bridges today, one at a time, that's for sure.
140.
Ashton has been excellent, it has to be said. She started with a brilliant performance in beating Hall by 4 legs to nil.
97.
At no
Lisa
point
require
today
161.
has she played poorly. 51 for Bull.
97.
Wherever she plays the next couple of days, people are in trouble. I think Ashton is ready to put in some performances.
99. Lisa requires 64.
Treble 8 or treble 16. The latter for double 4.
56.
And if anything, I think she's starting to speed up. Double top. Again. Doesn't like the angle at all. Everything's covered. I think with the way his darts sit, the left side is the right place, and he's got to go top left of the bed. This is like trying to hit a Beckham free kick against Greece with the wall in front.
40.
Oh, and he nearly hits it.
Lisa require 8. Game shot on the second
1-1.
leg. Lisa Ashton.
That could be damaging for Jackson, who has a leg difference which is fragile. It's nowhere near as plump as Painter and Payne.
So look, it's Matt to throw first.
Painter at +6, Payne at +8. But Painter's problem is that he's only got 8 points, whereas Payne's got 10. So as it stands, Josh Payne, who is still waiting for another match, he'll play the last
100.
game. He will know exactly what he needs to do. And the likelihood is, to win this group, all Josh Payne will have to do is beat Graham Hall.
91.
It will not matter about the leg difference.
$60.
Kevin Painter needs
43.
a miracle. I'm just figuring it out. He has been eliminated. He can only get to 10 points. Someone's getting to 12. There's so much going on in this group. It's like trying to juggle 6 balls at once, and I can barely juggle 1 ball.
81.
I don't think I'm ever going to forget this group. Remarkable.
132.
That's a rather remarkable visit, but it's not enough to get to a finish. Treble 20 now leaves double 4.
83.
Unfortunate not to get it. Cascaded off the middle part of that barrel that he uses, which tapers out towards that
59.
nub end towards the point.
63.
He's going to get some wicked deflections with those shape of barrels. 10 for tops. This time there's nothing in the way.
43. Least you require 114.
Treble 18. Would have left a shot at tops for herself.
98. Matt, you require 20.
Getting close.
Game shot on the
Close
third
enough.
leg.
2-1 to Jackson. He is hanging on by his fingernails. Look at this one. Just in.
Fourth leg, it's Lisa to throw first. Game on.
As someone who has watched the ladies' game for
85.
well over 20 years, I'm so excited for what they've got coming up. Again, they will have a couple of places at Alexandra Palace.
45.
New stars coming through, the likes of Bo Greaves, Katie Sheldon, Robin Byrne,
60.
Aurora Facciasato as well from Italy, who's making waves. There are many young players coming through thanks to the likes of Sherrick, Ashton, Gulliver,
180.
Hedman. They all deserve their own credit for laying the groundwork for what will be, hopefully,
100.
a more fruitful time for ladies' darts over the next decade.
85.
Constantly staying that dart ahead. Not for long.
140.
This score is shrinking. Fast.
123.
People despise that 3.
Least you record 116.
Treble 20 needed. Treble 20 not found.
60. Matt, you require
Jackson
68.
for 3-1 to stretch his lead to 2. It's tops again.
28.
He's not having a great deal
Least
of
you require
punctuating joy
56.
on that bed. How about Lisa?
36.
She's having no joy in it either.
Matt, you require 40.
Tops for 3 in hand and should be in this one.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Such a beautiful guide
Matt Jackson.
and a beautiful lead of 3 legs to 1. He's only 1 leg away from setting the target for the rest.
Fifth leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
So let's whittle this down. I'm going to put a little cross in my notes next to the people eliminated. Ashton can't win this group. Osborne can't win this group. Painter can't win this group. That means half of the people are out. If Jackson wins this game by 4 legs to 1, he will finish on 12 points and a leg difference of +4.
140.
That win would eliminate Graham Hall
100.
because he can only get to 12 points and -1. That leg difference has always been like a weight dragging on his heel.
65.
We're talking about the man from the West Midlands. Jackson is very, very close to making this a 2-horse race.
125. Matt, you require 156.
Very close.
140.
And it has to be said, when he was making his debut yesterday morning in this company, nobody thought that Matt Jackson would win this group.
80.
Maybe some of his friends wanted him
Matt,
to,
requires 16.
but he could win this group.
12.
But he hasn't set that target yet.
At least you require
After missing 3
151.
match darts.
$57.
Can he find it this time?
That you
He
require
found a
4.
clean, crisp double 2 in his previous match. And
Game
he's found it
shot and the
in exactly the same hole this
Matt
time.
Jackson.
He sets the target, and it's now up to Josh Payne to try and catch him. We've got an 85 average right on the number, 28%. It's just enough to get the job done. So will it be enough to win the group, or will he be playing in Group B over the next couple of nights? Lisa Ashton will be in Group C over the next couple of days, so we'll look forward to seeing her tomorrow morning. Kevin Payne and Colin Osborne can no longer qualify, but they will have one more match in Group A, and that's coming right up. Hello and welcome back to the final part of Group A. We've got 2 more matches for your entertainment. Unfortunately, the 2 players involved in match 14 for Wednesday can't qualify, but their positioning in the table could change. Painter with a win will guarantee his spot, potentially, in Group B for tomorrow night if he wins and Graham Hall loses in the final match against Josh Payne. But as far as Colin Osborne is concerned, it looks like he is doomed to be in Group C alongside Ryan Finesse, Conan Whitehead and Dave Pallett.
Game on.
Lisa Ashton has finished her campaign on 8 points with a leg difference of -9, and I'd like to say that her league position is a bit harsh. But this group has been one of the harshest I've ever seen.
121.
Don't forget that tomorrow and on Friday we will have double sessions. So if one session of darts isn't good enough for you, why don't you double down? Join us on Sporty Stuff TV from 9:30 AM tomorrow. We'll have the usual shenanigans between 9:30 and 2:30. And then at night, if you like a little bit of late night darts, we've got 10 PM until around about 1:15 AM. Maybe a little bit later. Darts after dark.
Who's
going to be involved in darts after dark? Payne is going to be livid that he hasn't won this group.
95. Colin, you're on 98.
Such a great opportunity to do so today. And that previous loss against Graham Hall stopped everything.
58. Giving you require
105 for a 12-dart break in leg 1. Oh, he's going the Hollywood route. Yes, go 5 bull. You know you want to. You went the boring route.
65.
I think if the dart was sitting 40. Up in the bull a bit more, he might have been tempted. Should be left here. Went to the right. Got to go further right and down now.
30.
So Payne gets a chance again for that break of throw. This time in 13 darts. Or 14. Or 15.
Game's on the first leg. Kevin Payne.
That's what you call working your way towards the double. That's a somewhat experienced way of getting a 15-darter.
Second leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
There's been a lot of seniors qualifying action going on at the minute for the seniors match play, which will take place in Hull at the start of July. I will be there. Looking forward to it.
126.
Interesting to see who qualified for that event this past weekend. A couple of names that you might recognise. Paul Hogan and Brian Dawson. I haven't seen much of Dougie Dawson for the last few years, but he's a difficult man to beat, and he will be on home turf because he is from
58.
The north of England. It's not that much of a jaunt for Kevin to go to Hull. A couple of hours at most. Is he going to jaunt his way to a 2-0 lead over his good pal Aussie? Sometimes when you play at the Live League, you do need an ally in the practice room. Someone that you really like.
96.
Make no mistake, Colin and Kevin really like each other.
$80. Kevin, you've gone 150.
Gives Payne a possible 6 darts from here. He might only need 3. 3? Question mark.
Gauge on the second leg.
That is a real haymaker there from Painter. Best finish of the week so far.
So look, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
I think Kevin's Twitter's going to be quite quiet over the next 6 to 8 weeks.
60.
Because Ipswich Town are not going to be playing. I always have this little joke in the back of my mind.
85.
My Twitter is always more about Ipswich Town when Ryan Meikle, player from Suffolk, James Richardson, and Kevin Painter are tweeting about Ipswich Town matches at weekends. It never seems to be positive.
140.
It seems to be quite negative. I would hate to be an Ipswich Town fan. Having said that, I do wish them well
85.
over the next couple of seasons because they are tightly knit to my club, Newcastle United, because of the Bobby Robson connection.
40.
You can see what Kevin thinks of that visit. I wonder what is going to happen to the team that is beloved of Colin Osborne, Middlesbrough.
180.
Plenty of red right there, just like the Borough.
55. Colin, you've got 91.
I mentioned a certain Bernie Slavin a little bit earlier. He's looking to do a bit of a Janino here. Can he hit the back of the net?
51.
Nope. That was a bit like a Fabrizio Ravanelli off the shin over the bar.
145.
Great approach
Colin
there from
Osborne,
Payne.
40.
It was into steal if Osborne has more trouble.
Game shot on the
No
third.
trouble whatsoever.
Colin Osborne.
And this one has got plenty of legs left in it, you feel. 2-1 to Painter, and he still has the impetus.
Fourth leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
That was a good juggling act there from Kevin, wasn't it?
121.
And that's something that is largely forgotten about when it comes to the skill of being a dart player. The transition of the dart from the non-throwing hand to the throwing hand is something you have to do without looking. It's a bit like dribbling in basketball. You can't look at the ball.
55.
You have to know where the ball is. That takes practice. That takes years.
$96.
This is a decent game. Mid-90s averages.
125.
Some good scoring in there. The doubles for Osborne aren't too clever. Only one hit from 7. But there's time to improve that. He's got to stay straight. He can't afford to go anywhere else.
100.
Just get the feeling that shoulder of Kevin is starting to
92.
rotate a little bit too much. Hence why he's hitting that 5 a lot. Just got to keep that in check. Not going to mimic Painter in the fact that he got the 150 with 2 treble 20s.
96.
He would have loved a shot at the bullseye. Kevin's not thinking bullseye.
51 left.
He's thinking double top.
68.
I don't think anybody thought he was going for a single 11 there. If
Colin,
you want to have
require
tops on a 1 away,
74.
why wouldn't you go for the 17s? Speaking of tops,
Game
There
shot
it
on the
is.
full flag.
2-2.
Colin
I
Osborne.
told you there were plenty of legs left in this one. And let me elaborate on what I said about 108 in tops.
Fifth leg, it's Colin to throw first.
For me, if you
Game on.
like tops on a 108, there's only 2 options. One, you go the 60 route. If you don't get it, you go treble 16 tops. If you want to have
100.
the same treble to leave tops on a 2-dart effort, go 17s. Treble 17, single 17 tops. So going treble 19,
125.
11 tops, for me is just a little bit disjointed, but it nearly worked.
$41.
This, of course, is a match where nobody can qualify by winning this group, but they both deserve a shed load of credit
100.
for making this group exactly what it has been. Exciting to the max. There are going to be 4 points separating top spot and bottom spot.
68.
I don't need to say any more than that. I do. I've still got a match and a half to commentate on, so I'm not going to stay quiet.
180.
Great maximum from Kevin. That's his 2nd of this game, and the 4th in total, because Colin's got 2 himself.
81.
Kevin's
Giving
on
you
course for a
96.
ton plus average in this match if he can keep pressing on.
56.
Nice leave. And on 211, Osborne's got options. He could go to the 19s here. Stayed ultra tradish, as the kids would say these days. I can't stand it when words are absolutely brutalized like
90.
that. Traditional is the word.
Game shot on
And
the
that is
fifth. leg.
beautiful.
Kevin
13
Painter.
darter, and Kevin Painter's average is just a little hint under that 100. Let's see if he can get over the 100 and winning 4-2 in the
Kevin
next
to
leg.
throw first. Game on.
There it is. 4 maximums in total.
140.
He's had some good displays this week so far. His best performance yesterday was 92.75. That has been bettered today.
100.
When he beat Matt Jackson by 4 legs to 0. 96.97.
140.
For such an amazing group as it has been, I'm surprised by the lack of ton plus averages. Ton plus winning averages, there have been 2. And they both came yesterday.
60.
We've had 1 average of over 100 today, but it was a losing average for Josh Payne. And that was against Colin Osborne, who almost hit the 3-figure mark.
140.
Kevin's only 3 darts away
161.
from his best performance of the week. Would have been a brilliant way to sign out of Group A.
137.
But based on the way that Kevin rolls,
121.
Colin's going to hit this. Because the interminable words of Kevin Painter, how's your luck? How's your luck, Kev?
96.
Pretty good.
Kevin, you
To
require
sign out of Group A
24.
with a win and a spot in Group B.
Game
Really
shot and the
good.
match.
A great
Kevin
performance.
Painter.
And it just goes to show what he's still got in his locker when there's a little bit of freedom in that shoulder and in the mind. 101.03, a best performance of the week, his best finish of the week, and some of his best checkout percentages of the week. So that was a really good performance. We will see Kevin Painter tomorrow night. We'll see Colin Osborne tomorrow morning. As far as Josh Payne is concerned, he knows exactly what he has to do to win this group. He has to beat Graham Hall, and there's nothing that Graham Hall can do to win this group, so he is just trying to spoil the party. Game 15 coming up. Hello and welcome to the last match of Group A for Wednesday. Josh Payne knows exactly what he has to do, and that is to beat Graham Hall right now. So without further ado, let's go down to the board for this last best of 7 leg match. It's not a bust of 7 leg match. Josh will be hoping that he bosses the match. But look at that leg difference, +8 in 3rd position. But 2 more points on top of that will elevate him to number 1. If he loses this game to Graham Hall will go to Group B.
Hey, first I get Graham to throw first. Game on.
He will play tomorrow night. And as a result, in a somewhat strange twist, Josh Payne will not win this group and will play in Group C. That's how tight this thing has been.
140.
There is a bit of a warning sign for Josh Payne in this game, and that is that Graham played his final match yesterday
57.
in match 15 against Lisa Ashton and put in his best performance of the day. So this guy's got an engine. He knows how to do it over the long haul. No pun intended.
86.
But when they played yesterday in game 1, it was Josh who bossed it. Pun very much intended.
94.
Sometimes it's good that it's a straight shootout and it doesn't have to be by a certain amount of legs.
135.
You don't want to have that in the back of your mind. It's the same principle as the Grand Slam of darts, and when you're trying to come through a group on a finals night here at the Live League,
85.
all you want to do is win. Just focus on winning. We can't forget the fact, of course,
60.
that if Josh does lose this match, Matt Jackson wins the group on debut. He would have a spot in the finals on Saturday night, and the rest of the folk in this group have got to sweat it out over the next couple of days. Double top for Hall.
Game shown the first.
Well, I couldn't see it.
Graham Hall.
I could have guessed that it was in. There was a little shadow appearing to the left of that top flight, and it was good.
Second leg, it's Josh to throw first.
Look at me getting all biblical. And it was good.
60.
Josh has got to maintain some sort of positivity here. He may be feeling tired after playing 10 matches, well, 9 matches over the last couple of days.
58.
He's trying to keep his perfect record going in qualifying weeks of winning the week he plays in. But before you even get to that point on Saturday night, you have to get there. And if he doesn't win this game, he'll be in Group C with Lisa Ashton, Colin Osborne, Ryan Finesse, Conan Whitehead, who he knows very well, and Dave Pallett. That is not an easy group. Not that there are any easy groups here at the Live League.
79.
If Hall does win this match, he'll be involved in Group B, which would be with Kevin Painter, Matt Dennant, Daryl Pilgrim, and Lee Cox.
92.
Josh is working really hard here. A lot of this game is not coming naturally to him. Maybe he's feeling the pinch a little bit, as dart players do. Every now and again, it just feels a bit lethargic.
99. Josh, you require 170.
This would aid his cause. That is spectacular.
134.
A great approach.
144.
And now that Graham's not going to take his out, Josh can focus on the northeast corner.
128. Josh required 36. Game shot on the
It's a good
second
shot.
leg.
Didn't need
Josh
to use
Payne.
the other dart in any way, shape or form. And it's really good that he found that shot because Graham Hall was lurking on a small number himself.
Fella gets Graham to throw first. Game on.
And that number was 16. There you see the difference in the averages. But Payne just
140.
maybe pacing himself, waiting for that opportunity to pounce.
180.
When your opponent is starting leg 3 and goes off with a 140, you think, I just want to keep pace with him. You stick in a maximum or stick in a 140 to trouble him a little
43.
bit. Start planting that little seed of doubt. And don't forget, these players know exactly what they need to do
91.
at certain times. They don't go and play blind. Matt Jackson does not want to play tomorrow. He wants a Graham Hall win
45.
at any cost.
$100.
Very straight. But if he has had a miss this week, it's that under-delivered 60 dart when there's already one in there. He needs to throw that dart just a little earlier, just to give it a chance.
59. Joshua 100.
This is the opportunity Payne craved at the start of this leg when he hit that maximum. Why?
125.
With all of Josh's experience, I have no clue why he did that. If he goes on to hit 1 and double 2,
94.
or 5 points in
Joshua
total,
5.
let's forget about it. But that could become a little bit troublesome.
Game shot on the
Luckily
third
for him,
leg.
and I
Josh
say
Payne.
luckily in a somewhat loose term, it has not come back to bite him. But tactically, he's just shown you what you shouldn't do.
Fourth leg, it's Josh
He
to
got
throw
60 for
first.
double 5. Graham Hall at the time was on 2-1-4. But the courage of his convictions stipulated that he was
100.
taking that leg anywhere. And that shows you what Josh is made of. He does play the game that way. I've practiced with him many times. And he's an ultra-aggressive opponent.
54.
He has got Hall exactly where he wants him now. And he has experience in this room of getting the job done.
180.
And he's not relinquishing anything right now. He's ready to run through the tape.
$58.
Hall's resistance is starting to wilt. Whereas Payne's challenge
100.
is gaining traction. What looked so difficult in leg 1 and at the start of leg 2 is now getting a little bit more
81.
fluent.
Joshua 121.
Time on his side, and he doesn't have to go 25. He can go treble 7 if he wants, or treble 15.
81.
Just lay it up. That's exactly what he should have done in the previous leg. That approach made a lot of sense. 162.
126. Joshua 40.
It's a good performance,
Game shot on
and
the
it's getting
fourth
better.
leg.
That's
Josh
a 13
Payne.
darter, and his average has climbed now to 96.53 for the 4 legs that we've seen. He's only 1 leg away from winning the group.
Fifth leg, it's Graham to throw first.
The key thing here in this match is that Hall has only had 1 shot at a double, which he hit. The scoring
125.
has dwindled over the last 2.5 legs.
$59.
Speaking of dwindling, that's exactly what Josh Payne can't do.
$100. 43.
If Payne does get one more leg, it's not likely to be this leg from this position. It's going to be Jackson and Painter in Group B.
85.
The only people right now who know exactly where they're going are Painter, Osborne and Ashton.
140.
The only place you want to go is Saturday night. Full steam ahead to the opportunity of £2,000 at the end of the Week 2 Rainbow.
159.
Everybody hates 159 in darts because you can't finish it. But boys are good when you hit it to leave 32.
99. Grammy record 32.
He's not giving up to take one of three that he needs.
No
it's
score.
Robin Hooded.
Joshua Quire 160.
Didn't expect her to do that, but this is a bonus chance to win the group. Great adjustment.
100.
All Josh wants now
Grammy record
is a
32.
repeated trick of what Graham Hall just did. He can't miss again, can he?
16. Joshua requires
did
60.
miss. To win Group A, he's got two at tops. Double 10.
50.
Can't see he hasn't had his
Grammy
chance.
requires 16.
He should get more, but they're not guaranteed. He's having a nightmare in the bottom left corner.
8.
And Payne comes back for double 5.
Joshua required 10.
Graham Hall's race should be run. For today, at least. As Josh
Game
Payne
shot on the match.
wins Group A,
Josh
he
Payne.
bided his time, but he did just about enough in what was the best Group A that I've ever seen. 83.81 for Graham, 90 for Josh. At times in the middle of the game, he dominated that match, and he thoroughly deserved to win the group in the end. You see that he's won it on legs difference, and it was pretty comfortable. It was 7 legs in the end, but 12 points to win the group, that doesn't happen very often. Matt Jackson on debut just falls short of winning Group A, but we'll see him tomorrow night with Kevin Painter, and they will go through to start at 10 p.m. We will be back in less than 24 hours from 9:30 a.m. with Group C action. We'll scrub everything, we'll start from scratch, and we will look forward to seeing you at 9:30 a.m. on Sporty Stuff TV. I've been Paul the Asset Nicholson. I've thoroughly enjoyed that group. Hopefully Group C and Group B will be the same over the next couple of days for the double sessions. We will see you then. Take care. Enjoy your Wednesday.